Oh, I forgot to get fucking air freshener. Okay, good evening. Thank you very much for everyone who. Oh, thank you to everyone who will be obviously joining the live stream. If you're watching this at the end of the live stream, obviously you can still leave comments in the comments section, and of course you can watch at your leisure. Now, we have obviously seen promotion and relegation battles being decided throughout the Football League. Obviously, Watford and Norwich have now been officially relegated from the Premier League, and it is literally now down to Leeds, Everton, and Burnley for that final relegation spot from the Premier League. While looking at it, Everton for some reason beat the sides in the top six, top seven, and can't beat the sides around them. Leeds just run out of fit players, and Burnley are still playing catch up from their slow start to the season. So in reality, it's a 1 in 3 chance. Take your pick from here. Um, I don't think personally the odds are going to be different for either of them. Norwich, most yo-yo club. Well, that used to be West Brom or Crystal Palace's, title was the yo-yo club. Um, I would say more Watford. Norwich have had seasons where they've had back-to-back seasons in the Premier League, and they are very financially well run. They are a very well run club off the field. The problem is, it's because they're well run off the field that they are a yo-yo club. If they were to suddenly splurge the cash, they've had it. Honestly, if they were to splurge the cash every time they got promoted, they're in trouble. Liverpool haven't necessarily bottled it against Tottenham. Um, I still think there's still games to be won and lost. It's not totally City's as of yet. Bear in mind, City have blown a double-figure points lead to allow Liverpool into the situation. So, and City can come away from this season with no trophies. The best they can win now is just the Premier League. Liverpool can still win a minimum, I would have thought, of I'm going to say Liverpool are going to win at least 2 trophies this season. City are going to win at least one. So work out who's got the most failed season there. Have I ever been to East Anglia? Yes, I have. Wouldn't recommend. I've got family who live in Essex, so I've been to the southern end of East Anglia. I have been into Suffolk before. I have been into Cambridge before. I've got family who live in Cambridge, and I have been onto the edge of Norfolk. So yes, I have been to East Anglia. I've been there one Christmas as well. It's not the most well. It is a very interesting historical world. There's some very historical um, sites in East Anglia to do with things like that, but not a lot of sporting heritage, and that is something that is really, really surprising. There's not a lot of sporting heritage in that part of the UK, which is I find very striking. But uh, population trends have shifted more north and westwards from East Anglia over many centuries. It's not just happened overnight. But yes, I have been there. Uh, it, it's an interesting part of the world. I've got friends who've gone to university in East Anglia as well. It's a very interesting part of the world. I've got family in Suffolk, Essex, and and Cambridgeshire, because Cambridgeshire is technically part of these parts of it are. Um, Part of East Anglia. City's game versus Madrid was such a disappointment for them. It's called arrogance, and it's undone them. And the issue with City, and I've been saying this for quite some time, is defensively, I'm not sold on them. I think Liverpool sum that up in the FA Cup and twice this season in the league. And Real Madrid also exposed it, and it's been exposed before. There's the style of play that Guardiola implements with the team he has, which is different from Pellegrini and different from Mancini before him. And they won trophies, couldn't win the Champions League. And until Guardiola was there, Pellegrini had the best record in the in Europe with the team. They haven't even won the Europa League. So, you, in order to to win, you have to. They've got that final out the way. They proved they can make a European final. They still haven't won anything, and sections of the fan base don't particularly like UEFA, and they are currently under investigation for some of their sponsorship and third party dealings and ownership, where the money comes from and transparency. So there's photos that on the internet today of their promotion at Black. Um, Well, you say that, but um, when he signed his last contract extension, he goes, if I don't win the Champions League within this contract, with a year or so left, I'm leaving." I think he leaves without winning the Champions League at City, much like he left Bayern without winning the Champions League at Bayern. And he took his extended sabbatical before taking the shitty job. I would argue next season's possibly his last. Um, sim- and I do agree with this. Barcelona, the system that he inherited and the players he inherited, he didn't have to do much. Bayern didn't have to do much. Um, and City, you have to see the fact that the managers before him had built the structures of the club that he would then go to, and the managers after him continued with the success. And um, what I find interesting is at Bayern and to a certain extent at Bayern and a bigger extent at Man City, he hasn't progressed the youth as much as he did earlier in his managerial career. The longer he goes into management, the less progression from the youth setups, which the clubs he's been at before have got a fantastic track record in player development through their system, has become more striking. Um, and that to me is quite a striking um, fact. Is that as as he's got older in his managerial career, he's developing the youth less, whereas other managers like Ferguson and Wenger actually increased the amount of young talent coming through the club into the senior ranks over time. So I find that very, very interesting. He likes to be compared to like the Wengers and the Fergusons and the other great managers in European history. But he's doing the exact opposite of what they did. It's not, I don't think it's crazy. Rangers were, against Zenit St. Petersburg in 2008. I've seen it in my lifetime. It has happened. Aberdeen have had the most success of Scottish clubs in European football. I don't think it's crazy. I think the UEFA coefficient is crazy, and which is why we're seeing it to be less likely. And what I also find funny is the Europa Conference League. The four semi-finalists came from, apart from the Dutch league, the other three semi-finalists came from one of the big five. So the Europa Conference League is not doing what it's designed to do. It's what it is, but it isn't doing what it's advertised to do. It's doing what it's designed to do, which is to keep the money within the UEFA coefficient system. Um, again, in my opinion, no, it's not crazy that the Scottish team has made a European final. It's happened before in my lifetime, and it happened in the years before I was born in the 80s with Aberdeen. So that's not a crazy thing. What is crazy is the current UEFA coefficient and the structures that are in place with European club football that favour 5 or 6, maybe even 7 leagues in Europe. Because I'll class the Dutch and the Portuguese leagues as again being favoured because there was a Dutch team in a European final as well for the first time in a while. So the UEFA coefficient, I think, is damaging European football. And the Europa Conference League, the 4 semi-finalists came from leagues that already benefit from Europa and Champions League. So it hasn't done what it's designed, what the fans were told it was going to do, but what it is actually designed to do. Pep may sign a contract keeping it to 2025. He already has signed that. I would argue that this City side that he now has is not the City side that he had when they were breaking records a couple of seasons ago. I think they have declined, and I think with UEFA's new rules, he can't simply just go out and spend 500 million. And with the fact that Man City are under investigation by the FA, and a much deeper investigation than what UEFA investigated. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens with negotiations. I honestly think if City blow this title, then there's going to be a massive hair. Well, he doesn't have any hair to rip out, but the hierarchy of City may be less than impressed with the fact that they were in the running for 4 trophies in January, and now they're in the running for just 1. So something's gone a bit wrong there. Do I think Rangers are bigger than West Ham? They've won more trophies. In fact, Rangers are the most successful um, club side in domestic history, with the trophies they've won that actually are on the UEFA coefficient, or were on the UEFA coefficient points, with all the trophies they've won. And it is a lot, and it is actually more than Real Madrid. I was having an argument with the Real Madrid scummy fan about the fact that they've not spent a lot in the transfer markets because they're bankrupt. And he was saying I was stupid and I was making stuff up. And then when I put the 901 million euros of debt, even though he came up with a Real Madrid own article that the club published themselves through their media arm, through one of their own journalists, which I went, just propaganda from Perez. You see this in, fascist and neo-Marxist dictatorships in history, that they'll have that very propaganda problem for their own fan base's consumption. He shut up after that, and he couldn't accept anything else. And I had to. He said I didn't understand economics. I basically described to him how debt works. I wouldn't necessarily Rangers are necessarily bigger. They've got a bigger fan base in Scotland. They are the biggest fan base in Scotland, but it's the same as Juventus in Italy with size of fan base as a national brand. I would say that success wise, yes. Fan base possibly similar size. I wouldn't say they're successful because they're in Scotland. I would say they're successful because the UEFA coefficient has hampered the Scottish League. There you go. Because Aberdeen proved in the 80s that you could be outside Glasgow and win titles and be actually a very good side with simple financial means. It's the UEFA coefficient that has damaged the Scottish League system in the last 30 years. It's got nothing to do with Rangers or Celtic. They are the two biggest clubs, but I would argue that Aberdeen fans may have something to say about that. Falkirk fans may have something to say about that. The fans of both Dundee clubs would have something to say about that. The issues with the Scottish system is not the clubs themselves, it's the UEFA coefficient, which comes in after the 80s, I think you'll find. It's very, very important. And the Premier League comes in '92, so you can see some correlation with certain things. And then on top of that, the fact that Scotland didn't qualify for a major tournament for the best part of 20 years, I think it was actually 22 years, also has an impact when you stop qualifying for tournaments, and then clubs stop developing players. The best young players get developed in the English system. You can see where it's heading, and you can argue after the 80s that was not, and then nothing. Again, the UEFA coefficient is brought in, and the restructuring to the Champions League, what is now the Europa League, and Cup Winners' Cup becoming the Conference League, etc., etc., etc. You can sort of see the knock on impacts that has after just a couple of seasons. Would West Ham get 40,000 in League Two like what Rangers got when they were in that equivalent? There are some big clubs in League One, League Two, and the National League that have been at higher levels. Sunderland are still pulling good crowds in League One. Portsmouth are still pulling good crowds when they were in League Two. So yes, I think they could. If clubs like Portsmouth and Sunderland are still selling out stadiums in the lower divisions, then absolutely. Blackburn sold out Ewood a few times in League One, so I have no doubt in my mind that if West Ham were to have any kind of problems, same with Chelsea, that crowd numbers would still be what they get regularly now. Ticket pricing would be interesting, but crowd numbers is not without the realms of possibility. And if Sunderland and other clubs, Portsmouth, for example, are anything to go by, then yes, they would get decent crowd numbers. I mean, Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United have both also been at that level. Bradford City, and they still maintain the numbers through the gates on certain games that were when they were in the Premier League Championship kind of level. So for me, um, Leeds fans always turned up in their 16-year exodus from the Premier League. So as I say, I can't see that being a problem. Same with QPR and Palace fans. I mean, they again during their lengthy spells outside the Premier League, and they have been up and down between League One and Premier League. Again, numbers are what they were. So I would argue it will be interesting to see what happens to a club like Everton or Leeds should relegation from the Premier League become a thing. Um, I think Hillsborough has had obviously its positives on the English game and of course its negatives. I can't see them leaving the ground. Same with Sheffield United. Look what they've done with Bramall Lane. The problem with Sheffield Wednesday, and I'm going to be quite serious here, is the off-field dramas the club has had since I think it's was it I believe it's '99 they got relegated, maybe '99 2000 they got relegated from the Premier League. The issues with Sheffield Wednesday, and it's sad, is not of the players. It's not player development when they bring players through the system. It's not a problem. It's the ownership. It's the money issues that Sheffield Wednesday have had over 22 years. And Milan Mandaric is part of that problem, plus other bad owners that have been in place as well. Not just Milan Mandaric, there have been several very dodgy owners over the last two decades at that club, much like Leeds, much like others, like Barnsley, for example. There have been some pretty bad owners that have run football clubs over the last 2 decades. And of course, in more recent times, we've had the director's test or the fit and proper persons test that is a fit and proper joke. And the Football League and the FA and the Premier League should hang their heads in shame in that regard, which has hampered where Sheffield Wednesday are. Yes, this is a Dolphins jersey, and I have dug out my 49ers NFL jersey as well. I haven't had these out for a year and a half because the weather's been nice, and I was getting a bit hot and sweaty wearing my hoodie all the time. I thought I'd wear something a bit more breathable is a good way to describe. But yes, it is a Dolphins gem. As I say, I do have a lot of sports memorabilia. It's too hot for hockey jerseys at the moment, but it's the right temperature to wear these, and these are actually quite comfortable to wear in the heat. They're not as oppressive as people think. They are very breathable, but they're not long sleeve, which is important. So more air gets to you. I admire Crystal Palace because they've never won a major trophy in 117 years, but their fans still tell them to drive. It's because they're competitive. That's the difference, and there's always that hope. And they have been to finals, and they have been to semi-finals, and they've been close. And that's what drives fans is they've regularly been in the most of their existence. They've been in the top two divisions of the English game, and they are the underdog club, which is very important as well. But bearing in mind, there's only a handful of trophies that teams can compete for per season, which is 4 in three, not including the Charity Shield. In a domestic sense, League Cup, FA Cup, and Premier League title for the top flight clubs. Used to be the old Division 1, the old claret style jug, until 1992. So there's only 3 trophies that 20 clubs can, that are competable for out for the season. 20 trophies that 92 clubs in theory, because you obviously count each league as well, or playoff final as the equivalent to the Premier League. But the idea that they can never win the Premier League is Leicester have proved anyone can do that, and Leicester were at the time worth less money than Palace, and therefore I think they can. I think the system is set up to deny that opportunity and will make it near on impossible. And when Blackburn won the league, they had a bit of money behind them. And when that money started to dry up, the success dried up. So the system that's in place is designed that you need money. It's not designed fairly. Now, the rules that are going to be brought in and enforced should start to change that. And with what's happening with Chelsea now, the LA Dodgers ownership group looks very, very likely to be the new owners. They're the ones most likely to get the deal done. The allegations of Abramovich wanting his loan back, he's not going to get that money. So uh, bye. The fact that Chelsea were 1.5 billion in debt and requiring loans from the previous ownership would be a sign to the Dodgers ownership group, the Bowlers, I think his name is Berler, which is actually a German name, that the structures of Chelsea off the field are going to have to change. And this is what's interesting, is American owners don't like losing money; they like making money. So the fact that Chelsea is currently hemorrhaging cash and has been for ever, has been for since the Osgood days, Chelsea's had money issues. And I'm not being disingenuous. And a true Chelsea fan or anyone with half a brain would just look at Chelsea's financial history and realise that is the case. Chelsea have not made money consecutive for a long, long time. Now, I honestly believe truly the club is profitable if properly run. Chelsea can be a very profitable club. They've got a stadium that seats over 40,000. They're regularly in Europe. They're regularly competing for trophies. They should be making money. The same arguments we have with Real Madrid and Barcelona, they should be washing cash. And between those two clubs, they're near over 2.2 billion euros in debt. But let's not pretend anything. And if anyone says, "Oh, it's purely because of COVID that these clubs are in this mess," that is a lie. COVID exacerbated their already bad financial mismanagement. Again, I've had arguments online over the last couple of days with some fans of some of these clubs, part of the European Super League, that are in denial about the true facts from independent sources, not from their own club media department, trying to sell them that, oh, look, it's okay, it's not as bad as it all seems, when actually it's worse. I think, imagine an NFL jersey in the shape of a football kit. I can't. The only reason why I wear this Dolphins and why I wear the 49ers jerseys is it's not because I like the NFL. It's because they're actually really comfortable clothing to wear. They are, no, surprisingly so comfortable. And in the summer, they really are. They are more comfortable in the weather than my NHL jerseys. Although I do find my Washington Capitals NHL jersey is the best of my hockey jerseys to wear in the summer. And people have come up to me, "Aren't you sweating?" I went, "Mate, it's mesh. It's pretty much what it is. It's a CCM." So I went, "This is mesh. This is quite comfortable to wear." And then they're like, "Are you not sweating?" I went, "I'm not wearing anything underneath, which I normally would." And I'm bone dry, and they're perspiring in their tight-fitting Stone Island or Sergio Tacchini, and I'm actually quite comfortable. The issue is I like the air to flow around my arms, and that's why I like wearing t-shirts. I don't like wearing long sleeves in the heat. I get pretty itchy. But no, NFL jerseys. These are a couple of years old. They are Nike Authentics. Got the official label, so these are actually real. They got the NFL logo. That's stitched, not stamped. That's another way to prove these are authentics as well. This is a Dolphins authentic, and then I've got a 49ers authentic. No, this one of these guys was a proper Spaniard from proper Spanish Latino, and I was so tempted to go back onto your Fiesta Siesta and drink, copious amounts of tequila or Savassa and smuggle some drugs, but that would be a racial slur. No, a lot of the Chelsea fans aren't actually glory hunters. They've been, I remember. I've got a lot of fans I know a lot of friends, sorry, who've been supporting Chelsea since the '90s. So my age group, and a little bit younger, for the Autoglass days. So pre Abramovich, and they're more likely to wear their old pre-Ken Bates era, as I call it, so 80s and 90s era Chelsea Autoglass jerseys, and have the old posters of Zola and Vialli, Ruud Gullit, Frank Leboeuf, Ed de Hoy, than the more modern, what I call the redesigned logo. The new sponsorship. Autoglass comes off. The Abramovich, sponsorship deals. Where um, oh no, I knew loads of Chelsea fans before 2004. I knew loads of Man City fans before 2007. I used to wear the old Man City kits of the 90s. Um, I It wasn't that they came out the woodwork; they were always there. They just were more respectful and less in your face. What I find funny is I'm one of only like 3 or 4 Blackburn fans who live south of south of Oldham. My friend's older brother, Scott, he's a Blackburn fan. He lives up the road from me. There was a lad I went to school with, and there's another lad I used to work in the same pub with. I know about 3 or 4 Blackburn fans in the entirety of the UK outside of Lancashire. We do exist. We are just very rare. We're like a rare species. Um, and all of us have one thing in common. We all supported the club before Alan Shearer was signed and before we won the Premier League. And I'm not joking. Um, and it was a popular thing after Blackburn won the Premier League for kids to want to be Alan Shearer and Chris Sutton and Colin Hendry and all that, and get the in the playground, have the jerseys, and then it was common for other kids to want to be Man United, like Eric Cantona and etc. etc. But yes, every one of the Blackburn fans I know predate the Premier League winning bandwagon, as I like to call it, myself included. Um, and I was stunned when I went round to see my mate Jake, and his older brother Scott was living with him at the time. And I was wearing my Blackburn shirt, and he went, "Can I talk to you?" And I was like, "You must be Scott, his older brother." So you're a Blackburn fan? I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I thought I was the only one. What's the likelihood of 2 Blackburn fans from the south of England being in the same living room at the same time?" I went, "Nil." I said, "Well, that's what the case is right now." And I'm like, what the fuck?" Because Jake is a Spurs fan. What the fuck's going on here? And and then we had a conversation for the next 3.5, 4 hours about our football club and the direction the current owners, the Venkies, were taking at the time and still are, and our position. This was just before the potential takeover, and what we as fans feel about the potential sale of the club and the situation we were in, considering we're in the European places and we're a solid upper mid-table club who could take that next step. And fast forward all these years, we're in the Championship, in the same position in the Championship with what we were in the Premier League at the time we were having this conversation in my friend's living room at the time, all those years ago. And we're just in the wrong league. And a lot's happened in the time frame in between. And the the season before we got bought by the Venkies, we were 25-1 to win the Premier League as betting odds at a rather sizable, famous British betting firm. And I'm generally not joking. Fast forward 14 years, our odds of getting promotion are like for next season, I think, are 250-1 to get promoted. And we don't have a manager yet because Tony Mowbray has now officially said that's it. He's not signing a contract extension. He's done. So we now are looking for a new manager, which is where we would like to have Wayne Rooney, please. And I'm not joking. I would actually happily have Wayne Rooney on the bench because I honestly believe he could take us up. And I'm being genuine and serious with that. We now have a managerial vacancy. And I feel sorry for Tony Mowbray, but he's done a very, very good job over 5 years. But back in 2008, I would never have thought we would have ended up at one point in League One. But a lot can happen when you have bad ownership. But yes, I remember the days before Abramovich and before the Glazers. The quality of the football was better, and ironically, less money was being thrown around in the transfer market. So managers were actually developing talent through the club systems better as well. Um, and every club still had those overseas players coming. So Middlesbrough tried that in 97, 98 with Janino and Ravanelli and co. And bringing back Gaza. So the issues in regards to the English game and everyone going it's the best league in the world start in the early 2000s because we actually had a very good national side at the time, and we had some very good players playing in the England side. And of course, we get knocked out by Argentina in '98. 2000 happened, doesn't go very well on the field, but we beat Germany, which is important, in the group stage. Sharwa 1-0 with an Alan Shearer goal. Thumbs up for that. But 2002 and redemption and Beckham scoring that penalty against Argentina, it's just that game against. We had a good crop of players in the 90s and the early 2000s coming through and playing at the time at a number of clubs. And then the Glazer and Abramovich money enters the Premier League, and then following that, loads of other clubs have both domestic and foreign takeovers. And the rest is history. In regards to Newcastle taking 4 to 5 years to win anything, it might be next season they win the League Cup or the FA Cup. It might be 10, 15, 20. It might be never. That's the unknown. Chelsea, I think, is the exception rather than the rule, in my opinion, because they already had a good side when they were bought by Abramovich, and they already had a good manager in place, and then they replaced him with a equally as good, if not slightly better manager who was younger and a bit more hungry. And then the manager they end up sacking ends up winning the Premier League years down the line with a club that was relegation favourites, and they end up obviously doing what they did 2016. But that's another story entirely. Whilst Chelsea having a complete and utter implosion that season, with the manager they replaced him with the first all those years ago, comes back for a second swing at things, and it's not gone as well for that part of London. And that is also part of the problem with Chelsea is they had an opportunity with Ranieri, with backing, to do what Arsenal did with Wenger and what Man United did with Ferguson, is become dominant for a 5, 10, 15-year period with one guy. And the constant chopping and changing of managers since then. I've had the same opportunity with Abramovich, with Mourinho as well. But the constant chopping and changing in the managerial position at Chelsea has became sort of an in-joke. I mean, okay, he's going to win some trophies and still get sacked because the owner's a lunatic. And Chelsea fans were like, "Oh, stop talking about our Roman emperor." And they're still they're still. There's a minority of them are going, "Oh, we're still going to call him, Emperor Roman and King Roman and all the bollocks." The simple matter of the fact is, and Chelsea fans are going to get used to this as time goes on, is you won a lot of trophies, sure, but unfortunately, your debts were 1.5 billion, and if it wasn't for Abramovich lending money to the club, you would have been in administration and you would have been heavily fined under financial fair play. So it shows that the issues that Chelsea had structurally didn't change with the owner in place, with the money. It actually exacerbated an already inflamed financial situation at Chelsea as a standalone entity. And Burler, I think his name is, the Dodgers owner, what looks very likely to be the new owner of Chelsea, is going to find that they've got to change the internal structures at the club. And then they're going to have some very serious discussions with Thomas Tuchel about squad structure and actually promoting a lot of youth players, much like Lampard did under the transfer embargo, into that senior squad. They've already lost Rudiger. I think Azpilicueta and Christensen, if they can get the deal done fully over the line and a license put in place before the 31st and before the new license has to be put in place by the 8th of June, they have a very good chance of signing one, if not both, of those players. If the final details take longer than the 31st of May, and therefore the second operating license, which is put in place on the 8th of June, is after that, then they've gone. And Chelsea are facing starting the season with minus points. Now, they're going to have some very, very tough discussions with Tuchel. Now, Tuchel may go, I can't work under these conditions, financial constraints, lack of money to spend, I'm out, which is the sign of a weak character, personally. Then they've got to find someone who's willing to work with a reduced budget, where they're going to have to, again, work with these youth players and bring a lot more players, call players back off loan and back into the system and play players together who may not have played together for 5, 6, 7 years, who were at some point in the youth system but haven't played together. And they're going to have to rebuild combinations from scratch, which is going to obviously impact the team. In regards to doing 2 to 3 years at Chelsea, then you did good. Yeah, about 18 months to 2 years was your lifespan. Didn't matter how many trophies you won or close to winning, how many finals you got to. I mean, Conte, I think they did the dirty on Conte. But the issues with Conte wasn't actually his managerial ability; it was the relationships with non-playing management, so the admin side of the club, that actually broke down. And it wasn't about a breakdown with the relationship between the owner and the manager. It was the club structures just below Abramovich. And I think that is the situation that Chelsea's had for a very, very long time, and it can't. Look, I think football has reached a turning point now with these kind of like Watford. I mean, they've gone through 3 managers this season. You couldn't make this shit up. 3 managers this season they've gone through, and Roy Hodgson, bless him, he should have stayed retired. Why he took that job for 6 months is quite frankly beyond me. But Watford's a case in point. Everton's a case in point. They're on, their second manager of the season and their third manager within 12 months. And now with Sean Dyche having been sacked by Burnley, the longest-serving Premier League manager is Jurgen Klopp. And there's a reason why Liverpool are at the top of the table is he's been, even when they have a down season, that the ownership are going, the wheels have all come off. They're like, okay, let's see what the end of season assessment is, and is this still going? And the players will obviously have feedback and that, going, actually, we're doing the right things. We've got a lot of injuries, or there's been a disruption with illness, or internationals like Cup of Nations have had an impact. And the club, the FSG of Fenway Sports Group, have made adjustments, which last season Liverpool were like, it's all gone wrong. Look at Klopp now, we're struggling. This season, adjustments have been made. Yes and no. There's still, while the form has improved and a new voice in the dressing room as the voice giving the commands is definitely, I think, helped. They're not out of danger. It just so happens that Leeds have run out of fit players, and that's what's causing Leeds problems. Is they haven't got enough fit players, pretty much. And Everton have got no away record, and have decided to, and the clubs around them have sacked managers as well. They've just done it a bit later, and in the long term, ALK have got to be smart with what they do, because if they screw it up, and this is, as a Blackburn fan, I want to, I should in theory be like, Burnley should crash and burn, get relegated, we can play them next season and trounce them, at home and away, Ewood and at Turf. The issue is, if Burnley were to get relegated with the takeover that's taken place at that club, I fear that Burnley could go out of business. And as a Blackburn fan, our biggest rivals, I understand the hatred between certain sections of both fan bases that leads to trouble. But in the terms of friendly banter and competition, because I do actually know some Burnley fans, I was related to one. And I did say when I hit 2,000 subs, I am buying and wearing a Burnley shirt for the day. Um, I think, and I do think this, with the leverage takeover, there's a smaller scale of the Man United leverage takeover. It's just a copycat 20 years later. Is that Burnley would be, well, fucked, basically. And I try and avoid swearing as much these days on live streams, but yeah, Burnley would be fucked. Um, they would be in a worse situation than Derby County and Everton and Scunthorpe and Oldham and other clubs that have got massive financial issues or have had massive financial. They would possibly cease to exist. Um, and yet that leverage takeover was allowed to take place. Yet I swear the directors' test and the financial fair play was put in place after Man United and the Abramovich takeovers at Chelsea to stop that happening. And clearly it hasn't, because um, they've done exactly the same thing at Turf Moor that the Glazers did at Old Trafford. And while no one's making a massive song and dance about what's going on at Turf Moor, they should be, because the amount of press, the amount of journalists that have actually looked at the United takeover over the last 18 years, and the fact a brand new football club has been set up in that time by fans who turn their back on Old Trafford because of the ownership and their disgust and their frustration with what's going on, tells you that Burnley is a an urban area in a town that can't afford to support a second football club. It can't. It can barely. I mean, no offense to Burnley, but economically, it really shouldn't be a Premier League club, a town with a Premier League club. Economically, it's one of the most deprived areas in England, and it's sorry to say that it is like Oldham. Um, it is a economically deprived part of the northwest. You go up to Blackburn, and the economic deprivation drops off. It's still not a wealthy area in comparison to what it used to be 100 years ago, but the average house price is massively different. I can buy more than one house in Burnley, which I can't buy one in Blackburn, and you've got Accrington and Darwin in the middle. And in that frame from the the east side of Burnley to the west end of Blackburn, house price is £50,000 different for the cheapest. It's completely different economics, because Blackburn's had a lot of investment, BAE Systems. There's university campuses. There's massive development, new builds, massive refurbishment programs, better transport. Burnley is just, it's like the end of the world. And that's one of the jokes, is a lot of the young people in Blackburn think Burnley's is Barnsley in South Yorkshire. They get the two confused, and that's the kind of, okay, you might be in the Premier League, we might be in the Championship, but we've still got more silverware in our lifetimes than you have, and that kind of thing. And the economic deprivation is really terrifying. I was doing some research, and yeah, I can buy a house for £5,000 in look, no, this woman didn't believe me, and I showed her, and she was stunned. And I can buy like 20 acres of land for £2,000. With my next paycheck, in theory, I could actually buy land in Burnley and then sell it to developers to build houses on and make a lot of money. But just no one wants to develop there because it's Burnley, and there's no way that those houses will sell, and there'll be jobs for people who buy those houses. Um, so if Burnley were to get relegated, regardless that they've got better after Sean Dyche has moved on, I do fear for the future of the club going forward. I fear they could end up like Oldham, and very, very quickly as well. And I don't think the ownership that now has done the leverage takeover actually has a frigging clue what they're doing. Um, they're venture capitalists. They're American venture capitalists, and they're my least favourite type of capitalist, because they really don't give a toss about anything but making money. In regards to have I been keeping up with the NBA, that's just my economic, macroeconomic talk and regional economic talk done. No, I haven't. And what is very striking is one of my American subscribers, Dan, who we regularly see, who's one of the moderators, a spanner against his name. He lives in mid-state New York. He's from Albany, which is the state capital, but he's currently studying in Syracuse, which is a bit closer to Canada and a bit closer to the city of Buffalo, which is right in Niagara Falls. He's saying that the NBA is not getting, because he works in a bar, and he says the NBA is not getting a lot of interest locally, and he's in a sports mad town because of the NCAA program that Syracuse is one of those universities he's part of. And in the last live stream, he said the NBA it's not getting any coverage. What's the playoffs coverage like media wise? What you see on social media, etc. I said, well, actually, to be fair, the social media coverage, because obviously I do keep up to date with things on the old, you know, devices. I said the social media coverage, I'm what I'm recommended because of what I like. The NHL is getting a lot more recommendations coming towards me than the NBA. So no, I haven't been keeping up with the NBA partly because my social media, with what I search, knowing that I am a sports mad, with all my searches and what I research and stuff with that targeted advertising when I'm watching things on YouTube, I'm not getting sent a lot of NBA stuff. NHL, yes. Rugby league, anything to do with rugby league, absolutely. Things to do with football because it will look at my search history trends, and obviously I've got my notebooks and what I've been typing in and looking at. Obviously, did my rugby league World Cup preview video today for the the four groups and the group stages and looking at the stadiums. So the algorithm, the tracking cookies will know that I'm interested in sports, all sports, and obviously the microphone on my little laptop and my phone will obviously be picking up what I'm saying. I'm not getting that, and from what I'm seeing, the interest, not just here in the UK, but globally, I think matches up with what Dan, my US subscriber from upstate New York, mid-state New York, is saying. He works in a sports bar, and when he's not at university, college, as he would say, and he said this time last year, the Euros, anytime there was a match that was being broadcast on NBC, locals were watching the football, the Euros. Because there's a big Italian population in New York State, and obviously it's part of New England, so there's a fair few British expats, Scots and English and such, Welsh, living in New England in New York State. The interest in the NBA playoffs, they were shutting the bar early because there wasn't enough people to keep it open. That was last year. He says the same is similar this year, that when FA Cup matches have been broadcast on the international rights, Champions League, Europa League, Europa Conference League, the domestic leagues as well, so our Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, etc. And this has been throughout the season. When European football matches are on, and MLS as well, the average viewership figures within the bar, so that's, patrons, are higher than when the NBA is on. So there is a clear drop off with interest in the NBA in New York. Bearing in mind, Buffalo hasn't got an NBA franchise anymore, used to, but is a sports mad city. And Syracuse, being an NCAA university, you would expect would have an NCAA program, and a lot of students and those locally who are interested in collegiate sports at least. And of course, New York State being one of the wealthiest states anyway with disposable income, you would expect, you guys, it's just not happening. So in regards to I've been keeping up with the NBA, I've been keeping up with the fact the NBA is not as making the drive as it would be this time of year. It's been surprising. It's been very quiet on the NBA front. Javi Garcia was the best thing to happen at Watford, and they sacked him twice, I think you'll find. Simon Jordan, Simon Jordan's actually said a lot of things I actually agree with. About 6 months ago, that Burnley cannot afford to get relegated more than another team because of the financial situation being perilous. Yeah, no, they'll go bust. What's my thoughts on Frankfurt, Rangers, Roma, and final getting to the European finals, and who needs the trophies more? Frankfurt and Rangers, really, I want to see that. I really do. I like Eintracht Frankfurt. They are the German underdog team for me, and Rangers, it's the second attempt in 14 years to win this trophy, because I remember the last time and they lost to Zenit St. Petersburg and Andrei Arshavin's Zenit and Andrei Timashuk's Zenit St. Petersburg side of the 2008 season. And I remember that when I was a lot younger, and that then started Rangers' financial meltdown because obviously the Gretna situation, Satanta Sports, and then within a couple of years they're in the the fourth division of Scottish football. Eintracht Frankfurt, they've actually started winning trophies again, and it started in 2018 with the German Cup when they beat Bayern. 3-1 in the final. And I did a video on that, and that's one of the most popular videos on the channel, going Eintracht Frankfurt. And then I did my history video on Eintracht Frankfurt, and I do honestly encourage you guys to look at that, because I do cover the history of the club, and actually they're a very successful club historically, much like Borussia Mönchengladbach. And it goes unnoticed, and it goes on, unloved, because Bayern and, Borussia Dortmund are the ones that get all the headlines, but you've got clubs like Kaiserslautern who are now in the third tier, who won the Bundesliga quite a few times in the 90s as well, and you've got Bayer Leverkusen, Wolfsburg. There are some other German clubs. It's just been the Bayern show for the best part of a decade. I don't think that lasts forever. When Robert Lewandowski retires, and I think when the restructuring and the new rules that UEFA are going to be bringing in, I think Bayern may suddenly find they're back to reality with the rest of the plebs. In regards to who deserves trophies more, needs them more, I would say it's a toss up between Roma and Frankfurt for me. Historically, they just need a bit of a boost. So look, we've won some silverware for the first time in a while. Roma, you say they're a massive club. They're in a two club city, and their biggest rivals are Lazio. So if they win something and Lazio don't for a cup, then they go, look, we want something shiny, and they share a stadium with their biggest rival. I think it's more the Mourinho factor. If Mourinho isn't there, it's a non-issue. I think though Frankfurt, it's a difficult one because Rangers obviously have had a very successful patch under Steven Gerrard, and now Van Bronckhorst wants to go, look, this is my first trophy, but we're winning a competition that with a squad that Gerrard built, basically. So Gerrard's win or Van Bronckhorst win, and if Gerrard's still there, do they actually make the European final? It's another thing. Frankfurt, this Frankfurt club isn't overwhelmed by things. 4 years ago, they beat Bayern in a cup final, and there are players playing for this Frankfurt side who were in that cup-winning side 4 years ago against Bayern. So Rangers have got a lot to do against bloody good opposition. Feyenoord, yeah, I think it's going to be 2 very good finals, basically. 2 very good finals. And Feyenoord, the Europa League the Europa Conference League, hasn't done what we fans were told it would do, which is allow things like Bodo Glimt, for example, to win. It still favours the Big 4, Big 5, Big 6 leagues. So the Dutch and Portuguese leagues are the Big 7 leagues, really, because the Dutch and the Portuguese league, I believe, are better than the French league. They actually are, but don't know PSG fans that hear you say that. So basically, the leagues that have won the Champions League since 1992, publicly, the UEFA going, it's helping the smaller leagues in Europe out. Privately, UEFA are actually going, it's done what it's designed to do. It's kept the money in the Big 7. And that to me is the problem. Is not that the finalists, not that the semi-finalists in the Conference League were from leagues which have won the Champions League since 1992, because I do count Ajax in there. It's the fact that it's not actually giving us those clubs from other leagues that haven't won the Champions League since 92, so in the modern era, a chance at a final. Do you know why? Because they got rid of the Cup Winners' Cup. The Cup Winners' Cup still exists and wasn't scrapped, and the UEFA coefficient wasn't screwed up. We wouldn't need this constant rejigging of the European club competitions by UEFA every 5 to 10 years, and changing the formats and expanding group stages, and having the third place clubs in the Champions League drop down to the Europa League, and then those clubs in the Europa League drop down to the Conference League, which makes a mockery of the competition below and rewards failure, and softens the blow for basically teams that haven't been good enough in that competition. So I think the fact that Roma and Leicester took it seriously, and they did, and Leicester struggled in the Europa League this season, and they took it seriously, is Leicester had just won a cup competition and wanted to back that up with another piece of silverware, regardless of what it was, be it Europa League or Conference League, and they took it seriously. And then Roma, considering how badly they did against Bodo Glimt beginning of the season, losing 6-1, the fact that they got that one stage further than Bodo Glimt, they were like, right, well, we've recovered. And Roma haven't won a trophy in a while. They won it in my life. They've won trophies in my life. But you know, and Mourinho has a very, very scary record in Europe. If he wins the the Conference League, that means he's won the Champions League, the Europa League, and then he would have won the Conference League. He would have won a European trophy in his first season at a club 3 times. No, yes, 3 times, because he had been at Porto for a couple of seasons. He won Europa League at Man United in his first season. He won the Champions League at Inter in his first season, and if he wins with Roma, that means he's won a European trophy in his first season at a third club, regardless of what the trophy is, the conference. So that is a piece of history in itself. And the only club then he would have not won European silverware with that he has been at in some capacity would be Chelsea. So make of that what you will. But I'm not surprised at some of the attendances. When it comes to football, Aston Villa and Birmingham, is Birmingham City a family thing where support is passed down, or is it a class? Birmingham, it can be a multitude of things. It also depends what part of the city you're from as well. And that has a big bearing. I think Liverpool will win the FA Cup. I think Chelsea have got their off-field issues to deal with, and I honestly think that maybe, regardless of if Abramovich had stayed at Chelsea and there were no sanctions or not, I think Tuchel and the squad have outworn each other's welcome, I think. And there's no doubt, like last season, winning the Champions League and all that, beating Guardiola, embarrassing Man City was fantastic. But I do think that the Tuchel effect has worn off. This has happened at Bayern. It happened at Dortmund initially. And no, it happened at Dortmund, sorry. He didn't go to Bayern. That's my mistake. It's happened at PSG. And now it is happening at Chelsea. The Thomas Tuchel effect, as I shall call it. In the short term, it brings you success. You get some nice shiny things, silverware, and you make things like cup finals. In the long term, in the long term, however, he doesn't last very long. Even if he's had success at club, he doesn't last very long. And he does have a prickly personality. So the non-playing side of things, the administrative side of clubs tends to fall out of people. And yes, Mourinho does care about Mourinho wants to win everything, and he's in a personal feud with Guardiola. So if he wins a European trophy this season and Guardiola doesn't, he would have quite a collection of European trophies that Guardiola doesn't. If you're selling Birmingham City or Aston Villa to a foreigner, they'll pick Aston Villa. It's partly because Aston Villa are currently better run, but and have a bigger stadium that they can fully fill, whereas Birmingham City cannot fully fill St Andrews, and they're diabolically run, have been for 20 years. Although Birmingham City have won silverware more recently than Aston Villa are an older club, more historical, and have more success. Just putting it, and they've won the European Cup / Champions League back in the day. So there is a difference in the amount and quality of the silverware that has come into the second city of the UK. Villa, founder of the Football League, won league titles, won FA Cups. Actually, at one point had the record for the most FA Cup wins. They have all sorts, and they've won a European Cup at some point. Birmingham City, their last trophy was the League Cup, and they got relegated the same season back in the day. They did beat an Arsenal side that was shambolic on the day, but with Zigic up front, and it was an own goal that actually was in. And yes, if Mourinho wins later this month, yes, he's won a trophy at every club he's been at. But what is interesting is he would have won a European trophy for the third time in a first season at a club. So there's several records that Mourinho's going after. But yeah, the Tottenham situation. Um, uh, the Tottenham situation. Tottenham is just a club where players and managers go to ruin their careers and reputations. That's my personal opinion, because from what I can see, it's they are run the same way as Man United for corporate reasons rather than footballing reasons. Whereas clubs around them, like Liverpool and Chelsea and Arsenal, are actually run for footballing reasons, which is why Arsenal struggled for a while because they had financial constraints. They were like, we can't spend money in the transfer market. We're going to have to try and develop players, and some of the players they had just weren't very good. No, he won the Champions League at Porto. He didn't win the Europa League. He won the Champions League with Porto. He did not win the UEFA Cup. That went to someone else. And he didn't win he won silverware in his first season, but not European silverware in his first season at Porto, hence the Champions League win. And if he had been in charge for the League Cup final, then he wins silverware. Yes, he beats Guardiola. I have no doubt on that. He has a way of doing that in final. Because he was the only guy up to that point who had beaten Guardiola in a cup final, and so Tottenham sack him to avoid the bonus payout. We couldn't make that up either. But Tottenham is not run in a footballing sense; it's run in a commercial sense. Hence why they rebuilt the stadium for the NFL to turn up there for 10 years and pay off their stadium within that time. And Daniel Levy has now said that was a mistake. We didn't plan ahead for that one. Speaking about Jose Mourinho, he should have gone to Arsenal when he had the chance. 2019, Arsenal bigger and better club than Tottenham. He definitely would have won something like that. You say that, but the issues with Arsenal, and this is what Tottenham are going to find out, regardless of how quickly they pay off the stadium with the NFL, is Arsenal moved into the Emirates in 2006. They didn't win a trophy again until Wenger's last FA Cup, which I believe was in 2018. So it took them 12 years to win a trophy. 12 years. Just going to leave that one there. It took them 12 years of having to be frugal in the transfer market and then not developing players well enough. And that's down to the youth system and how they put the squad together. And some of their transfers when they were, trying to find, that diamond in the rough, which Wenger was very good at in the beginning days. And ultimately, yes, they've won 3 FA Cups since 2006, but they haven't been anywhere close to the side since they were since about 2004, when it was obviously decided we are going to move to the Emirates, we are going to move out of Highbury, we are going to sell this land on. Who sacks their manager for a cup final? What a joke! Spurs. And I've got some friends who are Spurs fans. Some ex-work colleagues, some current work colleagues, and personal friends from school and college and such. And it's funny winding them up. Speaking of the NFL, Green Bay finally coming to London after how many years? Well, the NFL's been coming here since 2007, so that's 15 years now. COVID obviously included in that time frame. So in reality, it's, I think, 13 seasons, but over 15 years. They are the last team to do so. Or the last franchise, because obviously the Raiders have moved since they have played games in London to Vegas. That is down to a variety of factors that are part of, like, the CBA. They obviously have to, Jacksonville have signed a contract with Wembley, and of course the NFL has signed a contract with Spurs with White Hart Lane, but Jacksonville penciled into Wembley for another couple of years. So another one of the other other team from the third team from Florida, the one that can't win anything, that's never won a Super Bowl, never been to a Super Bowl, Jacksonville. Then um, they've agreed an extension to whenever to Wembley. I think the focus is going to shift now to White Hart Lane because it's got that retractable pitch, which is designed purely for NFL that slides out, which saves money, ironically, because the NFL actually does have to pay for some of the maintenance costs and costs to prepare the pitch at Wembley. Whether Wembley continues long term to have at least one or two of the NFL games per series long term after Jacksonville's agreement ends, or whether the Jags decide to continue to bring the product here is another thing. That's another debating point. But yes, Green Bay are finally coming. Talking about overseas series, Germany, the Allianz Arena in Munich now gets one game, and Mexico City gets a game as well, which is why there's only 3 games in London now. Major League Baseball. Now, obviously, 2020 was going to be the second year of the 2-year deal that Major League Baseball signed with the London City Stadium and the London City Stadium Corporation and all that to host, Cardinals and Dodgers were going to do two games, much like the Yankees and Red Sox did in 2019. And the London Mayor's office, so Sadiq Khan, yes, him, not Khan, was very, very keen to get them back this year. Now, obviously, what we've seen with Major League Baseball over Christmas and the New Year period, and just before Easter, was the lockout and protracted CBA negotiations that have been agreed. Now, Major League Baseball has said that the earliest they are committed to returning to the London series will be 2023, which is next year. And that is in itself quite interesting. So we'll have to wait and see if Major League Baseball does decide to come back. How long for? Whether it is going to be the Dodgers, the LA Dodgers. Well, I think the LA Dodgers now and St. Louis Cardinals. I think that's definitely going to happen, simply because Chelsea's potential new owner is the Dodgers owner. So I think there will be some dialogues occurring. Bearing in mind, Sahid Khan, the guy who owns Fulham, owns Jacksonville Jaguars, and they've signed an agreement to keep coming to Wembley for another 3 years. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dodgers series that was penciled in for 2020 takes place next year. The Liverpool 2020 team or the 2022 team, and look how fast 2020 went. Now we're halfway through 2022. Now, a lot can happen in 26 months. Sorry, since the first lockdown was implemented. Back in 2020, it was 9 days, I think, after I moved out of my old flat. So if you look at some of the old videos where I've got a bay window to my side, and I was on my old sofa bed, and you can see the boxes behind me, and I had shorter hair. That was over 2 years ago. I moved out of my old flat back to my old family home and my extended family home. Yeah, a lot has happened, and not all of it for the better. I before I moved to my old flat, or if you're from North America, apartment. So the women's World Cup in 2019, the men's World Cup in 2018. Those hot summers we had, heat waves. My last time of having long hair, like just a little bit shorter than this. There was no way we could have predicted, just as average people and sports fans, what was brewing. And it's so striking when I'm discussing the aftermath of the Major League Baseball 2019 games between the Yankees and Red Sox, and where Major League Baseball can do better in regards to their products and how they prepare things and what they do for marketing and ticket price, merchandise sales, and the fact that we, the British taxpayer, had to pay a fair portion of the fee to prepare the stadium because it is still technically publicly owned and leased to West Ham, and that went rather unnoticed by a lot of people. And that was back in, you know, what shit. That was back in, I think, July 2019. So just after the Women's World Cup, just during the Cricket World Cup, England haven't played New Zealand in the final, and Ben Stokes hasn't done his dive and the special super over, and Jofra Archer hasn't bowled the super over and all that against New Zealand. And of course, we hadn't had the Rugby Union World Cup at that point either, where South Africa obviously win the World Cup, and Faf de Klerk becomes famous for his speedos and all that, and celebrations, and Lou Diaga busts his shoulder, and the Springboks have their ludicrous celebrations. We weren't, to know what was going to happen. So a lot has happened. Do Everton and Man City have a strong rivalry like what Liverpool Man United? Everton Liverpool is the most heated match in English footballing history for Reds and Yellows. And since red and yellow cards have been a thing, and in the Premier League era since '92, it's had the most send-offs and bookings and free kicks and fouls per average game for a head-to-head clash. Everton Man City, I think the difference is Everton and Liverpool were both pretty dominant in the '80s, whereas Man City and Man United were crap. And Everton and Liverpool were of a similar standard in the '90s as well. And Everton won the FA Cup in 1995, was their last trophy. So, and Liverpool have won obviously a few more trophies since then, obviously. But Liverpool were just slightly ahead of them in the league. And then Man United and Arsenal, I think, became the biggest rivalry. And it's only in recent years that Man City have had any money and had any success in the last decade. So, historically, the rivalry between the cities of Liverpool and Manchester has been there since the 1830s. So when you have teams from Liverpool and Manchester going head to head in any sport, and or Greater Manchester and Merseyside, I think is a better way to describe it. There's going to be a rivalry. Is it on the same strength as Liverpool and Everton versus Man United? No, is the simple answer. And with Everton where they are in the league, and with the real possibility they can end up in a league below, I would be more concerned with a rivalry with Tranmere, Birkenhead than Man City, with the way Everton are going right now. They're more likely to be playing at Prenton Park than at the Etihad next season, as things currently stand. Of course, that's if Leeds can keep naming players, and if Burnley decide to financially implode. Everton are more likely, as things are going with their away form, to be playing at Prenton Park in future seasons than at the Emirates. And I say that with a bit of truth to it. And Tranmere aren't a bad club, and I think that would actually probably give a further hit to other clubs in the Merseyside area. That there is life outside of Anfield and Goodison. We have a club as well that's well supported. If I'm being honest about Everton's situation, I think they're in an equally perilous state to Burnley financially if they go down. I think Everton are in a worse position than Burnley. It could go quicker, if that makes sense, than Burnley's situation with ALK, with the situation at Everton. If they get relegated with their stadium build and their plans to move out of Goodison by 2025 and all that, we could have a bigger version of Bury and Derby County combined with that. And I regardless of if you're a fan or not, and if Everton are the older club, and ironically, Everton's first stadium before Goodison was actually Anfield, and they sold Anfield for, I think, a handful of shillings and pence before going across Stanley Park. Everton are so lucky that Norwich and Watford are crap. If not, they would be in deep trouble. Yes, I concur with that above statement. Going from 8th to 16th in the space of a season tells you all you need to know about. And Ancelotti deciding I'm going to Real Madrid, regardless if I'm under contract or not, and just walking away. I think Ancelotti took the job at Everton, going, okay, we've got an opportunity with the money that I'm being able to spend to build keep the core together, build some like some good pieces around it, and take a couple of seasons and then be competing for Champions League. Clearly, by January, he's looking at this going, we're buggered. Uh, and Real Madrid, obviously, Zidane's buggered off, and he's coached there before and had success before, and he's like, even though this club is toxic to hell, which he admits it is, he does, he's worked with some of the players who are still there. So he has a good working relationship with Marcelo, for example. But regardless of Real Madrid's situation off the field in the European Super League, how he felt about the European Super League officially is different to what he personally feels. I think that would be quite interesting. But he's contracted Real Madrid, so we can't question the club's decision. Remember that, because Real Madrid is basically a dictatorship. Their own media arm of the club puts out this. Oh, but we've reduced the debt. Still nearly €1 billion. It's just they made less debt and less losses in the last year and a half. Still ain't making a profit. Just putting it out there. They're still trying to rebuild the Bernabeu and do all this stuff with what money I don't know. And the Spanish government is no longer allowed to assist them when they keep selling off their training facilities to the Spanish government for a reduced fee and then buying it back for nothing. The Spanish government can't afford it because they're bankrupt as well, and Real Madrid can't either. So their way of fiddling the system doesn't work. Liverpool are lucky Everton didn't leave Anfield, otherwise Liverpool wouldn't. That is not true, actually. That is not true. It just was cheaper for Everton to sell. It was cheaper for Liverpool to buy Anfield than play elsewhere. Basically, it just so happened that Everton go, we've already got a new stadium we're moving to. Here you go. We'll sell you this for less than what it's worth. Because it, we've already got our new stadium that we've already, it's already been built and paid for. And we'll sell you for this much as long as you then pay us a few extra fees down the line, where if we transfer you a player, you pay us a little bit extra. We're sweet, and Liverpool, all right, you've saved us a bit of money. Liverpool, Liverpool would have still existed. Their stadium would have been in a different location, or they would have ground shared with Everton, like so many other clubs have done, until they could find a different home, possibly in Stanley Park. Maybe it would have been Stanley Park rather than Anfield, but named after the road. Maybe they would have built a stadium in Stanley Park. You just don't know what could have happened. In the end, they get Anfield, and Everton move on to Goodison. Liverpool don't have the success Everton had. Originally called San Domingo for a long time, until much later. And both of them have been relegated out the top flight. But Everton are founders of the Football League. Liverpool are a later creation. So there you go. Just dropping that one in there. In regards to, even if they do start, will they be better next season? I don't know. Quite frankly, I think Lampard's going to get the sack regardless, and I think that's unfair. Even if he does keep them up and pull off an escape, because it's not his fault the club is in the shit show it is. It wasn't Rafa's fault. It wasn't Ancelotti's fault, really. Ancelotti was only there for a very short spell of time. I think we have to go back to when Bill Kenwright sells the club on and David Moyes is never adequately replaced back in 2013. That's maybe even further than that. Yeah. Much like Man United with Ferguson, I don't think it's as clear cut as it's definitely the last 6 years. I think with Everton it's been 98. The last trophy they won was in 1995. That's 27 years ago. How far back do you want to go before this starts becoming painful? That's why I say to any football fan, how far back do you want to go before things start getting depressingly painful and you just wish I hadn't? I say this to people, be careful what you wish for. How far back do you want to go? The issues lie. Um, so honestly, I do say to fans, when you ask me the question, how far back do you want to go? And go, oh, actually, the issues with Everton, I do think go back to the mid '90s, and Bill Kenwright has a big part to play in all this. So, a lot of questions have to be asked of Bill Kenwright and some of his decisions taken, including selling his majority stake to Morshi and Usumov, the current situation with dickheads who currently have the purse strings, the tax write-offs, the quite frankly illegal stadium they're building because there was corruption, and this is fact. Where they're now building the new stadium, this has already led to a police investigation, arrests being made, and charges being brought, and high-ranking local government officials being found guilty of fraud. Yeah, how deep do you want me to go with this? Because this has already cost the city its UNESCO World Heritage status, which has actually affected funding from the UN for arts and crafts and history projects and other development funds for deprived areas within the city of Liverpool. It's affected the highest levels of the city council. So if anyone says the Labour Party are better than the Tories when it comes to corruption, stop kidding yourselves. Please vote Lib Dem. Oh no, it's a bit too late now because we've already had the local elections. But if you can, vote Liberal Democrat rather than Labour or Conservative, because you'll get openly sleazy and corrupt, or in Labour's case, will try and distract our sleaze and corruption by saying the Tories are really bad. Look what they did in the 80s and Thatcher and the Sun and Murdoch. In reality, they're just as crooked. And it's linked to Everton Football Club. The issues with Everton and their current situation is, yes, the lack of success since '95, I think, will irk a lot of supporters. I know the history is there, fantastic history that it is, and I really should do a video on Everton because of their plight, and if they do get relegated, I think I shall. But in my lifetime, that's the last trophy they've won. So the trophy drought, I think, considering they've not been outside the top flight since Elizabeth's coronation year, tells you that they've been a very consistently and well-run club for a lengthy period of time, and they've won trophies in that time. The problems begin with Bill Kenwright, and the last time they were in the situation was 1998 with the one-to-one sponsorship, and they were on Watchdog that year for their replica jerseys being so tacky, and a lot of fakes of their one-to-one ones being out there. So we can go back to, I'm gonna say the late mid-90s. So I'm gonna say 96 to 98. I think we can go back as far as that. There were some issues in play with Everton at the time, the Toffees at the time. Then David Moyes comes along. Now, I think David Moyes was a stabilising factor. There was what was UEFA Cup and Champions League football in that time frame under David Moyes. We have to remember that. There was an FA Cup final under David Moyes. We have to remember that. And that was a chance to let's break this trophy drought. Let's do something. Let's bring some silverware back to Goodison. And then Ferguson says, excuse me, I'm retiring from management at the end of the 2013 season. The West Brom game will be my last, which was that thrilling 5-5 at Old Trafford. The best send-off a manager of his calibre could possibly get. As a neutral, it was a fantastic game to watch in its entirety, and the highlights. It was just fantastic to listen to on the radio as well. Couldn't ask for a better send-off for Fergie. And David Moyes is appointed in his stead. Now, Everton are already in trouble by this point. Since David Moyes, they've had, 10 managers in 9 years of interim and permanent status. Man United haven't done much better. They've had 5 of and 7 if you count the interims. The funny thing is, Man United have still won trophies in the same period in what I call the post-Moyes Ferguson eras of both clubs. Man United have still managed to get 2 trophies out of a shambles. It's just Everton's shambles and league finishing position is just worse than Man United's. In regards to the situation with Everton in the last 12 months, the fact that they just let Ancelotti go without a whimper tells you that things were going wrong behind the scenes. That we, as either casual fans of the sport, which I am, or I would class myself as these days, I'm not religious anymore about football. Hardcore Everton fans, such as yourself, and just general sports fans, what we see is what happens on the field of play or on the you know results. And what we see with our eyes is the highlights of the live matches we go to see, or we manage to watch on the TV or the internet, legally or otherwise, and we see what results say. And what results say is they've won once away from home since August. What results say is they're in a relegation dogfight with 2 other clubs, one of which was only promoted last 2 seasons ago from the league below, and the other one has played in Europe more recently than themselves and finished higher in the league than themselves in recent times, with a 7th place finish in Burnley, and that they have had more managers in 12 months than the 2 clubs they're fighting against to avoid the drop. The clubs below them are generally badly run. We know that with Norwich. Well, Norwich is well run financially, just doesn't spend too much on the transfer market and likes yo-yoing because it gets the lovely parachute payments. Watford is just a basket case of a club owned by a nutty Italian family. However, this is what's important. The mismanagement is of a similar scale to Man United. Difference is Man United has a bigger stadium that they can fill, so more match day revenue. It's still somehow in the European places at the other end of the table, and got to a European final and finished 2nd last year. That's important. Whereas Everton finished outside the European places and finished 8th, and because Leicester obviously won the FA Cup, that then squiffs the qualification for the European places because of what they won. And there was that battle with Chelsea about 4th, 5th, Everton. Leicester obviously focused on the FA Cup and finished 5th, and Chelsea focused on the Champions League and finished 4th. How different that could have been if Leicester had also finished 4th and won the FA Cup, and Chelsea lost the Champions League final and finished 5th. How different this season would have proved. But that is, again, another topic for another day and a hypothetical question. Though no one can fault Leicester and Chelsea for making the decisions they made and the trophies they won last year, which were brilliant for both clubs, and we have to applaud them for that. Everton, on the other hand, finished 8th, and the manager in charge then, with 2 managers later down the track, and they even bring in Rafa, another Champions League winning manager, to replace Ancelotti. He's gone. Bring in Frank, who's good at developing young players. There's no doubt on that with his time at Derby and at Chelsea. He is not the right guy to have in a relegation dogfight against, especially Sean Dyche, who's now obviously gone at Burnley, but at the time was still there. Not what I would call the right appointment, but I would see what Everton want to do for next season. I think Everton are also preparing for next season to have a transfer embargo, and they know Lampard will work with their youth system in promoting a lot of their youth players into the starting lineup and clear out a lot of the deadwood and make the club a profit for that year, so they don't get a further points deduction, or if they were, they avoid it in the summer because they're facing a potential transfer embargo. I can now see why Lampard is in the position at Everton. If they don't go down this season, they're going down next season. I cannot see I cannot see how it can't be otherwise. In regards to you yourself as an Everton fan having no issues with the trophy drill, no, I'm a Blackburn fan. We haven't won a trophy for a long time either. Um, the season you win the FA Cup is the season we win the Premier League. We have won one trophy since then. That's the League Cup against Spurs. So Spurs cocking up another final. Um, and we've ended up as low as League One since winning the League Cup back in 2002. So not only have we had a 20-year trophy drought, we're also now not in the Premier League anymore. We've also ended up in the third tier of English football in that time. And the feelings I have would be replicated by Forest fans because they've been shockingly run. Coventry fans. There's a fair few clubs in the Championship that are in and around where we are, from the playoff places down to about 16th. There's a fair few clubs, and a lot of them have been Premier League clubs, and a lot of them have won trophies, and some of them have won trophies in my lifetime and appeared in cup finals in my lifetime. And there are some clubs in League One and League Two that are ex-Premier League clubs, and of course one of them has just got relegated out of League Two, being Oldham Athletic, and they've made cup finals and semi-finals and been in contention for winning Premier Leagues. I can safely say that I understand some fans aren't overly fussed about, okay, we haven't been competing for a trophy for a season or two, but we're proud of the history of our team, and there's always next year to get better. I can get that. We're still competitive. We're still, having sometimes those European nights if we qualify. Yay. Or we have those good away days and those good cup away days where we're playing against a club in the higher division and we have that fun. That's fine. However, the fact you can at least admit it's not Lampard's fault, it's not Rafa's fault, it's not even Ancelotti. Ancelotti, I think, was covering up a lot of the cracks that Rafa found out about. Let's just say that. Let's just say Ancelotti. Bear in mind, Roberto Martinez. He's not a bad manager. He's a trophy winner with Wigan with the FA Cup. And, Mikel Arteta's now won with Arsenal. The fact that other pretty good managers who won silverware have Lampard is the only manager in recent times who hasn't won anything. Let's just be clear on that. Who's been at the club. They've managed to go on and either have success somewhere else or had success previously and come to Everton. They're all pretty good managers. That tells me, much like the Man United situation with, where we've had Moyes, solid manager, not outstanding, but solid. Van Gaal, Mourinho, Solskjaer, Ranieri. The only one who had not won any trophies previously was Moyes. The situation at Man United has been replicated at Everton on a far more catastrophic scale. That says to me that the structural issues and the toxicity within that football club, it's behind the scenes and it's having that impact on the field. And it's the same with Man United and being battered 4-0 by Brighton. Firstly, Brighton are on a bad side. And secondly, it's been replicated just down the road in Manchester. If you think you are only supporting the club for the trophies, then you are there for the wrong reasons. If I see some Liverpool fans that they were there in the dark days and they came 8th back in 2013, oh please. If you want to talk about dark days for Liverpool, I would say Hillsborough is a dark day. Now, if you weren't alive at the time, and I wasn't, I was born 6 months later, and my dad was a lifelong Liverpool fan, and that did ultimately, I think that it did affect him. It did, and he served in the army for 24 years, and he seen dead people, and he lost friends in the armed services, but I think that did have a deep impact on my father. It did, and so did Hazel, I think, and I think that had a lasting impact on my father before he passed away. I honestly believe that. If you've got Liverpool fans saying 2013 is a dark day, I would love to know what drugs they're taking. Partly because I'm sober these days. I'm not even smoking today. I haven't smoked for a week. I have given up smoking. trying to. Caffeine, however, regardless of zero sugar or not, is another battle we haven't quite got rid of. Caffeinated soft drinks. I should really be going for the lemonades, but I've got to have zero sugar, whatever I have. And some of the lemonades and fruity things like Fanta, zero sugar, just gack basically. But I actually like the taste of Coke Zero, so I'm sticking with that. I have got some cherry, and cherry Coke Zero is all right as well. So I haven't quite weaned my addiction off caffeine, but I've got decaffeinated tea. So we are. It's to do with my ADHD. Frustrating as hell. But let's get back on thing. Yeah, no, 2013 I don't think is a dark day in my opinion. If you're a Liverpool fan, um, firstly, a lot of them aren't old enough to remember being in the second division in the 50s, and I would say their dark day was Hillsborough. That's their dark day, and the aftermath of that. The year, maybe the first 3-4 years following, I think was a very difficult period. Well, for that football club, for those reasons, regardless of on or off field success, you know, good players they had. I think psychologically on the club, that is a dark day. That's a dark period. And then the mainstream media, i.e., the Murdoch media, the Sun, smearing the dead, don't think helped. But what I find interesting is Murdoch also owned, I think, called Sky Sports. So I think that a lot of people fail to realise that the Murdoch media really tarnished the image of that football club. Now, there is a proportion of Liverpool's fans that are, same with Everton, same with Man United, same with Man City, that, well, Man City's full of plastic fans as well. They can't fill their stadium. They should never have left Main Road, if we're being brutally honest. But Manchester, as a city, had the Commonwealth Games. They need to do something with that stadium, and Man United were not going leaving Old Trafford at that time. They still, I think now Manchester are going, with the Glazers, they can't be asked to do anything free stadium. Yeah. No, Liverpool were still winning League Cups and FA Cups and Champions Leagues throughout the 90s as a decade. I think was the low point for Liverpool. I think that is Liverpool's low point is the 90s. And and people can have a go at me for that, but I think Liverpool's low point was the entire 90s decade, the Spice Boys era. I think that's their low point for not. Oh look, we're not finishing in the top 2, 3. We're finishing 6th, 7th. We're not quite achieving. If anyone says to me 2013 is a low point, that is only 9 years ago. I think winning nothing for a decade, I think, is a low point for by Liverpool standards, and that would be the 90s. Just putting it out there. I think they win the UEFA Cup. I think, or the Cup winners. I think it was either Cup Winners' Cup or UEFA Cup. I think they won one of them in the 90s, I seem to remember, or had a very good crack at winning one of them in the 90s. I forget which one. But I would say that is Liverpool's low point, in my opinion. And then two players come along through their youth system, and the rest is, as they say, history. Now, they had some brilliant players like Vladimir Smicer and Dietmar Hamann, and people go slag off Stefan Onslow, but actually he was quite a good centre back for him, and Sami Hyypiä and Sander Westerveld at goal, and David James actually at one point, and Brad Friedel at one point. They had some good players, but two local lads come through. One was actually from Chester, and one's from Liverpool, and that's Steven Gerrard and Michael Owen in 1997-98, roughly at the same time. Bear in mind, Robbie Fowler, who is God, and he is a cult hero on Merseyside, and actually he's a hero in England as well. He's a legendary player, and Man City as well. Robbie Fowler gets around a bit, he ends up at Cardiff, but he plays for three rather sizable clubs who've all won the Premier League. Cardiff obviously not winning the Premier League in his playing career, but these two local lads come through at the same time. Steven Gerrard and Michael Owen. Their debuts are a season or two apart. Gerrard is the season after Owen's. So Owen debuts first, and then Gerrard follows a season later. And then things change. Trophies get won. Now, it still takes 12 more years or something to win the Premier League from the debut of Gerrard. However, that is the moment when these two players come through, that this dark decade of we're not winning a lot, nothing actually. We're not winning the league in this decade, but we're not going to win in the next decade. But we're not even winning FA Cups anymore, because that stops after a period of time. Is the 90s is the low point, bookended by Hillsborough at one end and the debuts of Owen and Gerrard at the other. That is the low point, in my opinion, if you're talking about Liverpool's low point in the modern era. Now, they've had some ups and downs since Gerrard's and Owen's debuts in 97 and 98. But at the same time, the comeback in Istanbul, Gerard Houllier and his spell where they win the UEFA Cup and the FA Cup against Deportivo Alaves and Arsenal, and then the magic of Istanbul. Without Gerrard especially, and of course they win the FA Cup in 2006 as well against West Ham in the penalty shootout, but without Owen first coming along, and then Gerrard as well, they don't win 2 of those 4 trophies. Will Tottenham ever win the Premier League? I cannot see it happening. Not while the current ownership and Levy is chairman. No. They won't. Not if they do. I'm on something like LSD if they do, because the way that club is, the squad is structured, and the way that Levy as chairman, and he has a 20 or 30% stake in the ownership company. While I forget who their owner is actually, he's a tax dodge. I know that much, but he does it all legally, which is really frustrating because he's not a crook. He's smart, but it's morally wrong. Those rules will slowly, more and more of these offshore nations where taxes are lower or non-existent will disappear as over the next 5 to 10 years. There's new laws coming in that are going to sweep them away. So make much of it while you can until that, at least a 0.1% tax rate comes in. So these offshore tax havens or tax haven nations are running out slowly but surely. Not while the current ownership's in place. Look, they haven't won a trophy for 14 years. I cannot see them. I mean, Conte is had an up and down season. Obviously, he was the favourite to take over in the summer. Turns them back. They go for Nuno. The shocking start. They sack Nuno. They bring Conte in. I'm thinking to myself, what happened in the 4 to 5 months where Conte said "F off" to "I'll be your manager"? Nothing's changed. The situation's actually got worse. And then at times he's been frustrated. At times he's been elated. I don't know. In the time frame since Spurs have last won a trophy, Arsenal have won 3. Now, Arsenal are no closer to getting close back to a Premier League title. They're not even anywhere closer. But they've won more trophies recently than Tottenham, and that's important. And both are at new stadiums. So, rebuilt. Well, technically, one has been rotated 90 degrees and now looks like a medical bedpan, but from the air, it still doesn't have a title sponsor, and that's something that needs to be resolved at some point. 14 years without a trophy, and still the debate about player wages within the squad and transfer policy and how the squad is structured, and dressing room unity. Now, if they are to win something, I don't care what it is. People go, "Oh, the League Cup means nothing." It means something to the players when they get their hands on shiny stuff. It means something to players. And Fazgai, it means nothing. It means something because it's prize money. It's we've got a winners medal. I've got a winners medal. I can say to I always stress. Look at the video footage of the Blackburn players in the dressing room after they've won. People say the League Cup means nothing. It means everything to that group of players 20 years ago. And guess what? We beat Tottenham on the night in Cardiff. It was one of the last League Cup finals actually broadcast on free-to-air TV as well. And then we made a semi-final not that long after, literally meant to be played when my dad died actually in the semi-finals, and then the final, the semi-final when it was actually played was actually the night before my dad's funeral. So I didn't want to watch it, and I went to the pub and the pub turned the game off because I just should have been there at Villa Park, and I actually missed one of the best games that Tottenham and Blackburn have ever played between each other. It's just how it is. But that's a personal note of my feelings towards the League Cup. I mean, Christ, if Tottenham and Blackburn were to be playing a League Cup semi-final like we did back in 2010. No, was it Villa? What I remember was if let's say Blackburn and Tottenham were playing a League Cup semi-final, like when Blackburn were playing in our last League Cup semi-final, which was in 2010, against Villa. Sorry, my mistake. And the amount of goals scored, and how it went to extra time, and it was all going. And this is why I hate on aggregate, because if it wasn't on aggregate, it's a different final back in 2010. But my emotional attachment, it means something. So when people say to me the League Cup is sod all, it means something to me. Partly because I have a personal connection to the day my dad died was the day the first leg, I believe, no, it was the second leg, sorry, was meant to be played against Aston Villa at Villa Park. And the day it was eventually rescheduled because of the bad weather was the day before my dad's funeral. And it was the only way that the FA and the Football League could shoehorn this game in. And I just was not in the emotional headspace to want to watch it. And very, very much. So when people say to me, "Oh, the League Cup means nothing," when I see it on social media, I'm like, you don't honestly know what you're talking about. Because for me as a sports fan, that was the beginning of the end of my love of the game. I was in a terrible space back in January 2010. Really heartbreaking what I'd go through and all that. And it was a cruel twist of fate that we were meant to go to the rescheduled game. My uncle got free tickets, and my dad lived near Birmingham. So ironically, we were meant to go to that second leg at Villa Park, and sadly it wasn't to be. And so when I see so-called fans saying the League Cup means fuck all these days, it does. And when people go, "Oh, your Conference League is a Mickey Mouse," it does. Because when your team is in a semi-final or a final or a quarter-final and winner takes all, trust me, it does. So when you've got fans mocking, "Oh, it's only this," it does. And my League Cup winning jersey that Blackburn wore against Spurs is in my dad's coffee. So it does. And so yeah, if hypothetically, if whoever comes in to manage Blackburn next season to replace Tony Mowbray and we get promotion and we were to make a playoff final, for example, at Wembley, I'm going. I don't get a hook by crook. If I have to sell a leg or a kidney, I'm going. So when people say these lesser trophies mean nothing, but they do. The problem is though is when they're playing the League Cup games and the FA Cup games, and when they reschedule league games and stuff, and the crowd numbers aren't great. You have to look at the TV rights the EFL have signed, which has taken the League Cup off free-to-air TV. Because when in 2010, that was the last time I can remember. Both semi-finals, one leg of both semi-finals was on free-to-air TV. So the first leg of the other semi-final was on free-to-air, was on BBC, and the second leg of Blackburn Villa was on the BBC, and the other corresponding fixture was on Sky. So they had shared rights. That was the last season I can remember. and that was back in 2010, so 2009-2010 season. Um, there's your problem: stuffing things behind a paywall, and you know, um, so now that all the European Cup competitions are on BT Sport, the only game that is freely accessible globally is the finals on YouTube, which I will be watching on the BT Sport channel. They're the only games available out of Europe that are free, where you don't need to pay for them. If you pay for YouTube Premium, you get away with not having to be put up with all the ads, but which again you're paying for. So if you wanted to have normal, in theory, you don't have to pay for it. Although at some point someone has paid for the internet or mobile phone connection for you to be able to watch, you don't have to pay for it. If you were to walk into a pub or a bar, the bar owner's already paid for it, but you have to buy a beverage. I wouldn't walk into a sports bar or a pub and go, not even have a. I mean, I don't drink, but um, I would still buy what I call crisps, what you call chips. Um, if you're in Dan's case, I would still buy a bar snack or a meal. And I remember watching the Europa League final in a strip club in 2010. So after the League Cup heroics and the upset, a few months later, 5 months later, I'm in a strip club and I'm watching Atletico Madrid beat Fulham. in the in That's the weirdest place I've watched a sporting final. Is a gentleman's club. So I was surrounded by tits. There was lots of overpaid tits running around, and I've got naked ladies walking around, wearing no clothes, with their boobies. That is the strangest place I've watched a sporting event is in a strip club on their big screens in their sort of relaxed restaurant and bar area. It's also a B&B as well. It's also a bed and breakfast. It's a place called Tiffany's. And in theory, you can have, and practice, you can have breakfast at Tiffany's. I'm yet to hear a stripper strip to that. But yes, that is generally something that did actually happen to me once. I watched the 2010 UEFA Europa League final in a house of ill repute. Because technically it was a strip club and a brothel, but that's another thing. It's still open. Um, FIFA Ultimate Team made 1.6 billion US dollars in the year of 2021. With that number in mind, how impactful is that game mode and the game overall on young football fans? Well, EA and FIFA are at loggerheads over the naming rights of the next game for next season, because EA are asking FIFA to basically allow whatever it's come down to, how much revenue sharing. And so it won't be called FIFA, EA Sports FIFA, from next year because of a dispute over the value of what it's. They've still got rights to team names and such, but the game is going to change name, rebrand. No, football fans would still know who their favourite players are. That's the marketing of the big clubs and the Champions League and the North American sports market has been buying into European football since David Beckham went to LA Galaxy. So that I think its sales have been influenced by what players like Ronaldo and Messi and Mbappe and Neymar and those who went before them, Beckham and Pirlo and Kaká, etc., did in the mid 2000s. I think that has been influenced by the success of the European product to the North American audience. The fact that the Asian audience, where a huge chunk of the rights now go, maybe they are more influenced by the video game. But the North American audience, I believe, buy the video game because of the players, whereas the Chinese audience buy the video game because of their governments allowing their broadcasters to sports wash their dodgy regime's money, and that's different. So, no, the North American audience, which is the reason why we have changed kickoff times for TV, which pisses us European fans off intensely. That's a byproduct of FIFA's growth as not just Ultimate Team, but the the sales of the game is the North American market. But I think market saturation has been reached now with that with the franchise. The Challenge Cup semi-finals yesterday. Look, I had the opportunity to watch both, and I decided not to. Um, I haven't even watched all the NRL games from this weekend. I've had been. I'm getting over this chesty cough cold, and I'm still not 100% mind. Feeling a fair bit better than what I was a day ago. I think I would actually probably tune out with the lower quality of the English game, with the NRL being just higher in quality. I just have no more interest in domestic rugby league. I've just completely the quality level is off a cliff now from where it was when I was, watching the Challenge Cup back in the days of the old Silk Cut sponsorship before tobacco sponsorship was taken away from us. I remember those days, and the Tetleys and all that. We're going back to the 90s there, before they decided to put the season in the summer, which I think is part of the reason why the quality has dropped off the cliff. But again, Murdoch, and the game willingly signed its soul away in 1995. So I have no sympathy with the RFL. I've got no sympathy with the Super League board. I've got every sympathy with the fans and those future players who want to play the game. Those kids growing up, who are those lads in academies or in the reserve grade sides now, and those ex-players who now who've now retired have gone, oh shit, I can actually see the writing on the wall here. We've made a terrible mistake. While we were making our money, we didn't really care, but now actually we're concerned about the sport we used to play in, the sport we grew up watching and loving. But a lot of them are saying actually we might want to return to a winter league and tell the Murdoch, because the Murdoch family still have actually shares in B Sky B, even though Comcast are now the overall owners. Um, we are now starting to see the changes that Comcast are making to the Sky Sports family, allowing the Nations League to go to free to air, allowing Super League to now have split rights with a domestic free to air broadcaster. We are starting to see structural changes to the Sky package, and same with BT's BT's hemorrhaged the FA Cup and is hemorrhaging, rights. They're still clinging on to their European UEFA contract, which is actually ironically in breach of Ofcom rules because it's a monopoly. But that's another thing, and I'm surprised more people haven't kicked off. Yes, the old Challenge Cup finals, the old Wembley and at the new Wembley. Obviously, the first Catalan final had brilliant attendance figures. The second one was shocking in 2018 when they win it. I'm surprised by that as well. But the attendance figures have been dropping year on year for years. It turns out. The first Catalan final when they first make it, I think, is in the first year Wembley is open. Sellout, sellout. Now the final they win, so Catalan when they finally lift the trophy in 2018, was the lowest attendance of all time since World War II. So I think it's 1946. The season after 2019 is the second lowest attendance since 1946. So we've got a French team playing. If Catalan played Toulouse in the Challenge Cup final, I have no doubt the organisers move it to Paris or Marseille, and we don't hear anything about low crowd attendance because that looking really shit for the RFL and Super League, and it would look terrible. The 2019 season is the second lowest attendance since 1946. Obviously, 2020 COVID, so no fans attendance at all. Last year, obviously, there's a massive bounce back last year because we're all free from COVID restrictions for a summer, and then they're brought back in again. So thankfully, it was played when we could all get pissed and naked and drugged up. But even before that Catalan 2018 final, attendance wasn't. It's been dropping for about a decade, and there are large amounts of people within the game with in regards to discussions um, about the RFL's contract till 2027. So it was a 20-year contract they signed in 2007. Um, this is something that is important. When Wembley was reopened in 2007, there's a reason why the NFL keeps going there, and there's a reason why the RFL keep going there. And bearing in mind this is non-football related, uh, you know, interest. 2013, the Rugby League World Cup went to Wembley. 2015, the Rugby Union World Cup went to Wembley. There is reasons why non-footballing sporting events like, Tyson Fury's boxing the other night, is to help pay off the stadium. So they signed some of these contracts that are stupidly long. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have now extended their stay at Wembley for another 3 years. 2018, the year Catalan obviously win the Challenge Cup, is the year Wembley, they try and sell Wembley for half price to Shahid Khan. And it then becomes very similar to the European Super League, fuck off, basically, to American money within what we call the beautiful game. So overseas money within football. It's enough's enough. Okay, you've got our football clubs, but that's enough. Keep away from our national stadiums. You've got our football clubs. You're running them into the ground financially. Well, they might be winning trophies. Stop. And there was pushback in 2018. So when the clubs tried to do their European Super League last year and they were expecting something different and they were surprised that we said, look, we told you in 2018, hands off our infrastructure. Now, hands off our competitions. Yeah, I'm surprised they did try that, considering La Liga, Barcelona wanted to take games to the US regular season, and fans said no. They told them no. The players even went, actually, look, if the fans are gonna riot, and they pay our wages, because without the fans and the club members electing our president, we don't get paid. We're going on strike because the players realised if we agree with this, these players can vote out the club presidents. These fans, sorry, these fans will smash our cars to pieces coming in and out of the stadium after training. If we side with the league's plans to take the game overseas regular season, we'll have a bloody riot on it. No. So there were signs already that this European Super League idea was going to make mass opposition. The fact that the three clubs that are still obsessed with it are the three most exposed. Well, Juventus have got their corruption investigation, and Barcelona and Real Madrid between them are over 2.5 billion in debt or something. And it's not just COVID that's caused the debts in Spanish football. It really isn't. Ask Valencia fans how they've been feeling for the last 22 years. It's club presidents lying through the club's media department about everything's fine. So everything's fine. Okay? Keep electing me. Everything's fine. See this? Everything's fine. And they lie. It's called propaganda. It's how dictatorships work. So all the Spanish clubs are run by dictators, basically. And they have these lovely little things called media departments that spew out the bullshit with their press releases going, everything's fine. Look at the player we've just signed. So they'll just wheel out the shiny signing of whatever overpaid player who they might have actually picked up on a free, but the signing bonus is like worth more than the transfer would have been anyway. And is not covered by financial fair play rules, but it's still coming out of the club's bank account. Well, the members' bank accounts because they pay for it. Hilarious. Wembley's horrible, by the way. I've been past it on the train. I've flown over it. I've been past it on the North Circular. The owners are the fans of the owners in Spain. They elect a club president, and the club has its own little media department. And the club president will say to the media department, "Put out this statement saying we've reduced, we've made a bit of money this season, but it doesn't actually tell you how fucked they actually are." So the club president will tell the media department. Bear in mind, the fans have elected this club president, much like we go and vote. Every time there's a local or national election, and we vote the idiot in charge. So in America's case, Biden. And his press secretary who comes out and blags that everything's fine when Joe Biden's staring at some kids or smelling someone or forgetting how to walk up and down a gangway to a plane, or when Trump was there and they got Sarah Jane Huckabee, whatever her name was, and then the guy before that, Spicer, to lie to me. Well, yep, that kind of thing. That's basically what Spanish club presidents are. Is they're the Trumps and Bidens, and they have their media secretary to come out and just talk bullshit and say, look, we've signed this player. When in reality, Valencia have had no money for 20 years and are bankrupt. Barcelona, they sold Neymar for a reason because they're bankrupt. And then COVID exposed them. And Real Madrid have been overpaying players for 30 years. And now that they're not winning the Champions League every season, and they went a long time without winning it as well, the Galacticos era finally has caught up with them. And I'm told that the Spanish model's brilliant. Really isn't, because you elect a dickhead like Florentino Perez he's been president of Real Madrid for like 30 years. He has overseen the Galacticos era. He has overseen the Gareth Bale saga. Zidane getting sacked twice, right? And while they've won some nice shiny silverware, and they've got their own museum to themselves. There's the Real Madrid museum to themselves because they're that arrogant, rather than like a Spanish football museum at Spanish FA headquarters or in a special location in Madrid or whatever. Barcelona and Real Madrid have museums to themselves at their home grounds because they're that egotistically driven. Um, um, the fans own the club because it's a membership. The fan membership fees is what is the money. If fans don't renew their membership, the club makes less money. So people are like going to protest, just don't renew your membership for a season. They elect the club presidents who then misspend the money, or in Barcelona's case, blackmail former and current employees, which is a crime. And in Real Madrid and Barcelona's case, they get their managers, their players, and their legal staff to enter tax evasion schemes and refuse to pay tax, and so they get suspended sentences and fines are paid. So if you want to avoid paying your taxes illegally, play in Spain. And get away with it because it'll be your first offence. You pay a fine and then the police go away. Yeah, I mean our clubs aren't much better. to be fair, not every Spanish club is badly run. I mean Bilbao is not. Real Betis, they're not actually. Seville, they're not. Villarreal, they're an amazingly well run little club. So there are some Spanish clubs that are actually I love. Athletic Bilbao is my favourite Spanish club, and I always want to see them do well. Villarreal, the little club that could, because their stadium is actually bigger than the town that they play in. Yeah, the stadium capacity is actually 4,500 people bigger than the town of Villarreal actually population. You can actually fit the whole town in the stadium. So that's how community that club is. And they win a European trophy last season and make a Champions League semi-final with what money? Just putting that one out there. Celta Vigo, back in the day, and I love Celta Vigo's logo. I love their history. Deportivo La Coruña, from that part of Spain near Portugal, up top, just above Portugal. I remember when Deportivo La Coruña took it to the big three of Barcelona, Atletico, and Real Madrid, and won Champions Leagues and won La Ligas, and Valencia, before they ran out of money, took it to Real and Barca and gave them the stuffing. And Athletic Bilbao, they've been relegated from La Liga and are the fifth most successful side for trophies won in Spanish football, and everyone forgets about that because Levante exist, and Zaragoza and Sevilla, but Bilbao have got a lot of success. And of course, you've got that, 1983 Copa del Rey riot that Diego Maradona starts when he knocks out the Bilbao keeper, and then it starts an ethnic riot. But that's again another thing, because post-Franco Spain in the late 70s, early 80s was actually quite a dangerous place, and Basques and Catalans didn't like each other, and they've been repressed for 50 years under Franco. They wanted to kill each other, and Maradona, being an Argentinian and therefore a foreigner, didn't quite realise that Catalans and Basques don't like Castilians, which is Madrid and the rest of Spain, and the other provinces, but they also want to kill each other because of what happened in the Spanish Civil War. So he starts a fucking riot by headbutting and karate kicking the Bilbao keeper so he's not breathing. Hence why he ends up at Napoli in 19. I think it was the 1985 Copa del Rey final. He ends up at Napoli, and yeah, no, he takes out the Bilbao keeper. That's why he ends up at Napoli. Is partly because he sparked an inter-ethnic riot, and of course this is broadcast live not only on Spanish TV but globally as well, because there's obviously a big Spanish Latino community in South America, obviously, and of course on the east and west coasts of the US. So there's a big thing for satellite TV in the 80s was a thing, Dan. So cable, and this is why this is why it took a while for football to work in the US. But yeah, Diego Maradona, he starts a riot. He does, and the Bilbao, the Basque fans, the Bilbao fans are quite incensed by this assault on their goalkeeper, and the Barcelona fans are, well, Barcelona's a shitty. No, the people in Barcelona are shitty people. I'm being so kind. That's the nicest way I could describe Catalans as they're shitty people. I'm sorry. No, I'm not even going to pretend. I don't care if I get taken offline. And told every Catalan I've met is a toxic asshole. I love Espanyol fans, by the way, but Barcelona fans, fuck off. Bilbao, yeah. So Basques don't like Catalans because the yeah goes back to the Spanish Civil War because Basques are very very Catholic, and don't do communism, whereas Barcelonans are very very Catholic but do communism. Well, try to, accept Espanyol fans who don't do communism and also have some question marks about Catholic Church. But anyway, um, but they're the ones who are Catholic who are anti-communist, whereas Barcelona fans want to be atheists but also love communism, and Catholic nationalists won, whereas Basques are very, 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 very conservative, very, very Catholic, but also they hate Madrid and Franco and the monarchy. Anyway, it gets complicated, and I have to do a little bit, of political, geopolitical history in Spain. It's complicated, but basically there was an ongoing dislike between the two clubs from, yes, a previous game where Maradona had been injured. I think he did have an ankle injury, and he decided to mete out his revenge on. It got spicy. It was a charged game because of a previous clash between the clubs where players, not only Maradona but other players, have been injured and suspended and sent off. And it again, the Bilbao players, because Bilbao has a special culture where if you are playing for Bilbao, you have to either be born or raised in the Basque Country, or have a special connection with the Basque Country and Navarre and surrounding areas of north eastern kind of Spain. Barcelona got rid of that when they signed players like Maradona and Cruyff. They used to have a similar policy in the Catalan style. So the Bilbao players he's wanting to fight are all ardent Basque nationalists who may or may not have friends in a terrorist organisation called ETA, who like killing a lot of people at the time with bombs. So it's sort of like the football riot in '95 between England and Ireland in Lansdowne Road, sort of like going to the wrong bit of Belfast or the wrong bit of Londonderry or Derry, depending on Catholic or Protestant, and saying certain marching things. So sectarianism. It's sort of like that between Catalans and Basques. And yes, it's a very, very charged match. Very similar when Espanyol play Athletic Bilbao as well, because Espanyol was pro-monarchy and pro-Spain unity, whereas Bilbao is we want the Basque Country and Navarre to be a separate country again. Hasn't been that way since the 1540s. long time. So there's a lot of historical stuff. But yeah, he did bust his ankle in a game against Bilbao a few years before. It leads to the Copa del Rey ugliness, and he gets sold to Napoli, and the rest is history. But yes, at that time he was already using copious amounts of drugs. So um, it would be interesting to see if they had properly drugs tested all the players. He was probably high as a kite. We obviously know what happens later on in his career at World Cup '94 when he's playing against Greece. We know what I think he had two drug suspensions. We know what happened in World Cup '86 with the hand of God. Um, but if you see how he plays against England in '86, he's so similarly aggressive. Somewhere you did not spell that wrong. I think you actually spelled. I can't pronounce it. Um, um, I saw somewhere Adoni got I can't. I always seem to butcher Basque names, even though that some of my favourite players like Fernando Llorente and Iker Muniain are Basque. Um, Kepa, I can't pronounce Kepa's second name. Chelsea keeper. He originally played for Bilbao. Um, I saw somewhere that Adoni kept the boot that smashed his ankle. That's a saga if I've seen one. No, that's memories. That's what it means between Basques and Catalans. They hate each other. Um, they really hate each other. And so when like you've got clubs like Bilbao when they're playing Barcelona or Espanyol and Racing Santander and there are other clubs that play in that kind of area. San Sebastian and it it gets nasty. So it gets very very nasty. Um, and and they're not for the faint-hearted. It's not for the faint-hearted when it gets nasty like that because and it's the same in Northern Ireland. It's the same in the Corsican derby between Ajaccio and Bastia because while they're both fiercely nationalistic and hate France. When Marseille come to town, it's just another bloody riot. But they're currently in the second division of French football, though they both be in the top flight of French football. There are just like the Sicilian when Palermo before they went bust and ended up in the lower tiers reforming, and Catania. It's different ends of the island, for example. There are certain derby matches or certain matches where the provincial team where there may be a nationalistic, regionalistic element where they either want more autonomy or independence. So the Corsican teams, the Sicilian teams, for example, when they're playing their mainland rivals, it gets nasty. It's the same with the situation in Northern Ireland and Scotland with sectarianism at games such as Celtic and Rangers or matches in Northern Ireland. Um, there there is and this is where a lot of Americans don't quite understand how heated some of the rivalries in Europe get. There's political, so it's St. Pauli versus Hamburg, because St. Pauli is very left wing in their you know uh, outlook. Their there is there's a lot of hatred when it comes to um, rivalries in European club football, which North Americans, especially in the US, are now finally. The Yugoslav wars, you could technically say, are sparked by a football riot. Dinamo Zagreb, was it Red Star? Can't remember. One of the Zagreb clubs was playing one of the Belgrade clubs, and it started with a riot, very similar to the Copa del Rey riot, purely in the stands, not the players. It was purely in the stands. And within, I think, 6 to 9 months, Yugoslavia is in basically what is complete. complete and utter meltdown of law and order, and then we end up with the next decade of bloodshed. But I forget which Zagreb club it was. It's either Red Star or Dinamo, and they're playing. No, it's Spartak. There you go. It's a Spartak one or something like that, and they're playing Red Star Belgrade. And, yeah, there was a. It, it, it gets nasty in the stands. It gets very nasty in the stands, and it ended up. Yeah, a lot of the hooligans who were fighting in the stands ended up fighting against each other on the battlefield. Ironically, yeah, Cardiff and Bristol. They don't. Well, Cardiff and Swansea don't like each other, but yes, Cardiff and Bristol. Um, they're two cities. Rugby and football and cricket as well, because international Test cricket, where there's a hatred. Um, I know Hajduk. No, there's another one as well. It's not just Hajduk Split. It's a Zagreb team. That's the final match before the 10-day war starts in Slovenia. That initiates Croatian independence movement and the formation of the what is now the state of Croatia. Um, there was Hajduk Split always as riots. I've been to their new stadium and I've got stuff from Hajduk Split. It was there was another Croatian team from Zagreb, what they call the capital derbies. So I think it was Dinamo Zagreb against Red Star Belgrade. The Hajduk Split riot in the 80s. There had already been, I think it was 87. In 1990, literally days before the 10-day war starts in Slovenia, there was another riot, and a lot of the people rioting at that game were on opposition sides within 9 months shooting each other. At Vukovar and down in the siege of Sarajevo and the siege of Dubrovnik and other places, they were physically, killing each other following the breakup of Yugoslavia. And I think that's where North American um, fans don't fully understand the hatred behind some of our right. Like we're talking, you know, proper hatred um, of European fan bases. How deep it really goes in some areas. When it gets to Italian football, French football, obviously English and Scottish, Welsh football as well, Dutch football. There is significant. It's more than just a rivalry between cities or parts of a city for all sorts. It gets sometimes nationalistic, really nasty. But Hajduk Split, I mean, their history generally is terrifying. Um, Dinamo Zagreb, I mean, these before the collapse of Yugoslavia, they're also competing for what is now the Champions League, Europa League, and Cup Winners' Cup, and this is where the UEFA coefficient has screwed the lesser European leagues by financial standards in the last 30 years. So UEFA's allowed a select cartel of football clubs to, in my opinion, dictate the direction the professional game takes at this level. Um, People in North America talk about the Philadelphia Eagles and Philadelphia Flyers fans being aggressive. Americans ain't seen jack shit when it comes to violence in sports. No, they haven't. They've led a very sheltered life. Um, um, which is more impactful in segmenting sports markets? The US Canadian border or the UK French Netherlands? No, motorcycle fans will always get the Hooker Holland ferry to see the British Superbikes and the World Superbikes at Assen. And the Dutch love us going because it's so much money to the local Dutch economy. It used to be Gelders, now obviously it's euros. And France is an interesting one because their sports fandom is more balanced in a sense. It's not dominated by football or rugby or cycling, motorsport. It's more balanced because their TV rights is more balanced. French sports fans, I've seen surveys done and economics when they come back with the economics of how much money is made or viewership figures, fandom figures, club memberships. France is really peculiar. Unlike all the other European countries across the continent, France is very peculiar for their most popular sports and how the breakdown of fans viewing it's really peculiar. Um, I I think the border one is a null point really, um, because we've got cross border sports, so to speak. We've got rugby union, which is played cross borders with the Irish teams, and the way Irish rugby or Irish sport works is Ulster, which is the six counties of Northern Ireland, are counted as Ireland for international sports competition, apart from football, where it's Northern Ireland and Ireland. When it comes to cricket and rugby union and rugby league, it's the whole encompassing um, of the whole island of Ireland. Um, when it comes to, if I hear France has a lot of romanticism in losing. Um, the French like an underdog story as well. The French. The interesting thing with France is its symbolism has a lot to do with the French psyche. A lot of symbolic acts. But if it's not for France, we don't have the modern Olympics and the FIFA World Cup and the Euros and the UEFA. If it's not for Jules Rimet, and I forget the Olympic guy who founded the Olympics. It was a French guy who helped found the modern Olympic movement. I think it's not for French administrators and basically amateur sports enthusiasts of the late 1890s and early 1920s. We don't have FIFA, we don't have UEFA, we don't have the IOC. So it's the same with English gents, you see, middle class gents writing rules down for rugby union. I would say working middle class gents for rugby league, cricket, football. We obviously don't have the sports we have. We write the rules for the sports for club level participation, and then the French go, "We like your sports, we'll make them international competitions as well." So we invent the bloody things. The French then internationalise the bloody things, and without our two nations and a couple of middle class twits, best way to describe it, we don't have the international sports we have today. And it's the same with ice hockey as well. For those Canadians who think it's a Canadian thing, it's not actually. It's the Governor General Lord Stanley's daughter is why we actually have the Lady Byng Trophy and why we have the Stanley Cup. Ironically, they donated the bloody two trophies, and they were Scottish and they bring the game over to Canada, and the Canadians loved it. They adopted it and then um, became very good at it. But no, if it's not for uh, well, when I say English, I mean British middle class gentlemen and French middle class um, gentlemen. We don't have the sports that we play and we enjoy watching. So uh, even NFL it develops out of rugby union. So between the 1850s and the 1920s, there's a big movement, and a lot of it's to do with basically the middle classes, and a move to make more peaceful cooperation. Again, sport as a soft power. So, very important this. We invent the bloody sports, we come up with the rules. The French go, okay, we'll market that to an international and we'll organise it on an international level. So we come up with the ideas as Brits, and the French go, okay, we like your idea. We're going to have an international governing body so it can be participated on a World Championships, a World Cup, or an Olympics. And we go, okay. And the French go, okay. And we come together. We come up with the rules of international competition and domestic competition. The French then go, we'll help form the governing bodies. And then other countries who want to participate, where we've sold the domestics. We come up with the sport, we sell it domestically to all the countries around Europe. The average European working class and lower middle class lads play said sport, and their friends watch them play said sport and pay to watch them. And then they go, well, we want to have our best players in this sport as an international team. The French go, hang on a second, we'll come up with an international governing body for that. And then the Germans get very, very good at winning all the things, and so do the Italians at winning certain sports quite a lot. Football, who would have thought? And then the North Americans go, well, we're not world champions at this. Well, we'll invent baseball and name the World Series after the league that no one else plays. So work that one out. But yes, and then when we have things like World Cups, the American Girls World Cups, we're not part of it. Can't be a World Cup. So suddenly they end up playing sports and being really crap at them. That's generally how it works. We invent them. We invent the idea of the sport. We set up some clubs who participate in said sport. Then another chap who goes, oh, I'm a big fan of this sport, but I've got a business over in Argentina, and I've got loads of expats. Can I set up? And then we set up leagues in other countries as well, like Argentina and Italy. And then we go to our French cousins. Francois, do you mind helping us organise an international governing body to keep all these various national leagues in check? And they go, absolutely, we'll come up with something. And they come up with things like FIFA, UEFA, and the IOC. And then all these not very good countries get better. They sign up for these things, and lo and behold, many years later, we have Olympics, World Cups, and World Championships. That's pretty much how it goes. I'm surprised there isn't more crossover between French and English sport, being that's so close. But there's not a lot of English with French last name. Well, there's a lot of Huguenots, which are Protestant French, who actually settled in Ireland, and a fair few in London. So rugby player like Gordon Darcy, famous Irish rugby union player of the last 20 years, not long retired, played alongside Brian O'Driscoll in the centres. He's a Huguenot. It's there are, but a lot of the Huguenots ended up in Germany and ended up becoming Nazis. So we won't just discuss the rules of religion. No, it's a difficult one. It really is. Jokes aside, and it's true that the Huguenots become Prussian officers militarily, and a lot of them did join the Nazi Party, and we end up with the Third Reich and the Wehrmacht and the Waffen SS, and some horrible things happen on the Eastern Front and the Western Front and the Italian Front and in North Africa and in Scandinavia, and we don't particularly want to talk about that on the Sports Channel. But no, the crossover. I mean, there have been quite a few high-profile Anglo-Saxon is the best way to describe it. So Anglo-speaking, and I will include South Africa in this because a lot of French went over to the Dutch colonies that became the Boer republics and Cape Colony, which is the English bit, and Natal. And they mingled with the Afrikaans and the English population. So you will see a lot of French first names and last names, even though French is not a spoken language in South Africa. Like a Francois is a French name, Francis. So Francois Louw, Louw, spelled Louw, is a Dutch name, de Louw, de Louw. But Francois Louw is a South African rugby union player of Afrikaans Huguenot French descent. Very, very good. Very, very good player as well. Du Plessis is another one. De Villiers, Jean de Villiers. There you go. This is a very interesting one. Former South African Springbok captain, Jean de Villiers. Now, De Villiers and Villiers, or Villiers, as we would say, they're the Dukes of Buckingham. They're Huguenots, or well, a lot of them are, but also it's a name of French origin. Jean de Villiers, former South African rugby union captain, Afrikaans as you could find, from the High Veld, with Huguenot French, Franco-Belgian ancestry. So, in the English-speaking and the other Commonwealth nations in South Africa, English is one of the multiple official languages because there's lots: Shona, Zulu, Afrikaans, English. They're the four major ones. There are others, and I'm not joking on that. Jean de Villiers, but in French his name will be Jean de Villiers, is a Afrikaan Huguenot Protestant. Brilliant outside centre, absolutely fantastic player. One of the gentle giants, gentleman of the game. And he also had English as well, eligibility as well as African and French. You will see a lot of French first and last names in Afrikaans. So in Namibia, Du Toit, for example, that's a French surname, French Afrikaans surname. And I went to school with a Du Toit, and his sister was in a program called Hollyoaks, and she's a few years. Izzy is her name. She's a few years older, and I went to school with her younger brother. They're of Anglo-Afrikaan Huguenot descent, South African basically, right mix. You will more likely see the Anglo-French blur in South Africa and Namibia and Botswana. So the Southern African nations that were once part of the British Empire, but have a lot of French Huguenot and German Huguenot, because Namibia was obviously once part of the German Empire, links with the Europeans who went over there in the 1880s, 1890s onwards. A lot of them to escape religious persecution or ethnic persecution for whatever reason. That's where you're most likely to see that Franco-Anglo crossovers into Africa, ironically. And just look at some of the names. I think Du Toit, and De Villiers, things like that. And I went to school with a Du Toit, and one of my favourite rugby players is a De Villiers. So there you go. Little bit of history as well. Random history lesson there. Boring as hell, I know. Quebec. That's a legacy of our capture of Montreal back in the when was it? It's in the 1750s, 1760s we capture Montreal. We allowed the Quebec and Métis to continue speaking French as long as they were loyal to the English crown, and they were like, you know what, fair enough. We're allowed to have our Métis, Franco-Canadian Métis culture, and they speak different French in Quebec than in France, which is really weird. And Saint Pierre and Miquelon is still two little French islands that are off the coast of Canada that they were allowed to keep. That we said no, you can still have them, but we get to keep Quebec. It's a strange one. It's one of those parts of Canadian history that's really confusing. In regards to sportsmen with French names, there's a lot of French Canadian names. A couple of my favourite players have French names, but speak English as a first language, and two of them, and they're both ex-Winnipeg Jets. One is Ben Sherratt, and the other is Laurent Brossoit. Neither of them were born in Quebec. Neither of them were born in Montreal or any settlement in the Quebec province. Laurent Brossoit is from British Columbia, Vancouver, and Ben Sherratt is from Saskatchewan, which is the other end of bloody Canada from Quebec. But you'll notice Marc-Andre Fleury, for example, um, uh, Theon Fleury, um, Jocelyn Thibault, Guy Lafleur, obviously recently passed away, Patrick Roy. There are a lot of French Canadians who have played and are still playing, obviously, in the NHL. Um, and there are those with French names like Laurent Brossoit and Ben Sherratt, who have never been. Well, Ben Sherratt obviously played for the Montreal Canadiens, obviously would have lived in Quebec, but um, their parents speak English and they were born in the arse end of Canada at the other end. So the French connection, it's a good way of saying it, and that's nothing to do with the Buffalo Sabres. Yes, look, Quebec and Villeneuve, there's another one. Gilles and Jacques, both obviously one was an Indian F1 champion, and the other one just got close and then killed himself because he didn't put his seatbelt on properly because he was so pissed off at his teammate that he jumped to the car so angry he just drove off without doing his seatbelt correctly. Yeah, there is a lot of French Canadian or those with French Canadian heritage because obviously what we call Canada and now the US, the Louisiana Purchase. There's an ethnic group now called the Métis who are the descendants of French fur trappers and Native Americans who had families, predominantly male French and female natives. Métis is the designation. They come under now. They are covered under the First Nations in Canada. Not so much in the US are they protected, but in Canada they come under the First Nation and Métis nations. The Louisiana Purchase, all the way from Louisiana all the way up to what is now Saskatchewan and Alberta and Manitoba and parts of British Columbia were actually French. And that includes Quebec as well. And so a lot of things, basically everything west of Quebec and New England and the Appalachians was all owned by France until the 18, apart from Ontario, just about the 1840s. And then that's all sold. And the French and us are being very friendly at this point. And the French have sold their rights to us to explore what is now Canada, so the north of the 36 parallel. And everything south would be allowed for the fledgling state of the US to be explored and territoried and then state-wise and then, province and whatever. And that's where a lot of people with French names have ended up in some really weird places in the US and Canada and then back in Europe is to do with colonialism. There you go. But yes, there are a lot of French Canadians or those with French Canadian Métis descent in a lot of sports. Bouchard in tennis, she's of French Canadian descent, doesn't speak French. Eugene Bouchard. You've obviously got all these NHL players with French names who are Canadian who don't speak French, and were not born in Montreal or Quebec or any other major city in Quebec, and they were born in like Nova Scotia or Vancouver or Calgary or Edmonton. They're not, and their parents, be it father or mother, both not born in Quebec, they have to go back to a great grandparent to find that French connection. But because without the French, we don't have Canada, which ironically is a French word. We don't have Canada. But no, on a question in the whole of Northern Quebec and Louisiana have a lot of French speakers. No, it's not necessarily true, actually. Ontario has Ottawa as a city is bilingual. And what is the pissing other province that's also it's either Nova Scotia or I think it is Nova Scotia. Yeah, I think it is. Oh, and Newfoundland and Labrador as well have a lot of French speakers in North America because they border Quebec, ironically. Um, I think it's Nova Scotia. I know one of the provincial capitals. It's a bilingual city. I can't remember which one it is. Piss me off now. But no, Newfoundland and Labrador. Um, because of Saint Pierre and Miquelon being literally off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, they have a lot of French speakers and also accept the euro as a currency as well. And it's either Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and then there's another one of the Atlantic provinces, and I've actually forgot the name of it now. Uh, I forgot the name of one of the Canadian provinces now, and that's really pissed me off. But basically, where Sidney Crosby's from, there's actually a lot of French Canadian um, speakers. But no, Louisiana has a lot of obviously New Orleans, the French Quarter, Baton Rouge, um, which means red stick, by the way. Um, red stick. But yeah, no. What I find interesting though as well is yes, they have a lot of French or Creole is another way of looking at it. Creole is a mix of Anglo French, which you'll find Creole languages in the Caribbean and in places like Mauritius as well, where they speak like Creoles, where it's a mix of languages. Um, yes, you do get these pockets in places, but not all of Louisiana um, speaks French. Outside of Baton Rouge and Lafayette, New Orleans, and some of the rural bits, it not spoken as much as you think. Um, no, well, you think it's all bloody tundra. Trust me, Vancouver gets quite warm. It's actually quite warm in winter, and I'm really annoyed by the province of Canada. I forgot the name of because Nova Scotia. There's another one, and then there's Prince Edward Island. Um, and I'm really annoyed by is it Rupert's Land? I can't remember. I forgot one of the provinces of Canada, but one of them is a 50% French and English speaking province, as they say, for official purposes, for signs are in both languages. Even though most people speak English, it's because they're so close to Quebec, and I forgot the name of the pissing place. It's Halifax, Nova Scotia. You've got Prince Edward Island, and you've got the other one where Moncton's the capital, and it's annoying me now. New Brunswick, that's the one. New Brunswick. One of them, the New Brunswick, that's the one. I think it's Nova Scotia where it's 50-50. Ottawa as a city has to be bilingual because it's the capital of the Federation of Canada. New Brunswick, that's the one I forgot. Yeah, New Brunswick. Moncton is the capital of New Brunswick. Uh, it's even weird. I know the pissing capitals of these, like St John's is the capital of Newfoundland and Labrador. I know the pissing capitals of these places. Forget New Brunswick. How could I do that? One of those provinces, and I think it's Nova Scotia. Yes, it is Nova Scotia, which is Latin for New Scotland. Is a 50% bilingual province only on road signs. So it's official, but all signage. But in reality, most people speak English. Even the French Canadians that have settled there speak English. It's just an official thing to keep the Quebec minority pro-independence party happy, and they're losing popularity as time goes on. It's just a thing. But yes, I don't know why we're having a geopolitical conversation. Really weird how this happens. But no. French Canadians have a massive impact on Canadian professional and then further afield on professional sport. Yes, they have an undue influence for their population size. That's a great way of looking at it. They're very sporty people. It's like the same with looking at there are certain. It's like I don't know how to put this. How it's like South London on the impact of English football. The impact South London has had on the English game in the last 50 years. The amount of players who played for England, play for top level clubs, both domestically and overseas, who from South London. Same with the Northwest as well and the Northeast. So Liverpool and Greater Manchester and Lancashire in the northwest, and of course the Newcastle, Sunderland area in the northeast. The impact they've had with high-profile football players, for example. Um, the amount of talent produced completely outweighs the population size compared to on a wider scale. Um, and you could argue it's the same with certain areas of New South Wales, like Wagga Wagga and Dubbo, for example. The amount of talented athletes that have come out of those areas, and then you've got places like Geelong and um, um, places like that, where in reality they're not massive, massive places. Rockhampton, for example, Cairns. In real terms, these are large towns, small cities that a couple 100,000 people at most. And then you look at the amount of sport and talent that's come out of these, and you're stunned. Um, no, I'm not 100% English. I've done my family history. My family history is crazy. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Um, um, I haven't lived my entire life here. Let's just say that. And I was actually discussing where I used to live with my mum because I used to the place I used to live in still exists, an old army town in Germany, and I lived in two places um, in Germany. I wouldn't describe myself as English or British, partly because I've done my family history and I understand the origins of my surname, the origins of my dad's family, the origins of my mum's family. Uh, so for me, I'm a human. As I've got older, I've become a bit less nationalistic in a sense. Um, and so when it comes to international sport, I actually like seeing the French do well. I like seeing the Swedes do well as well, and you'll see why in a minute. I like the Irish do well, dad's heritage, and I like to see England do well to a point. Yes. When it comes to the Rugby League World Cup, I want England to win it just to break that cycle of Australia, New Zealand, Australia, Australia, Australia all the time. But here's the thing. So the reason why I like to see the French do well, especially in rugby union, is the current kings of Sweden are not actually Swedish; they're French. And I'm going to do a little bit of a history lesson now. The old king of Sweden's gone mad, has no kids, so they invite Marshal Bernadotte from bloody France. You see, Napoleon's possible best marshal and former friend, and they fell out over a lady. And he goes to Stockholm and he becomes Charles the I think it was the Charles the 13th or 14th of Sweden or some crap like that. And a couple of kids later, I'm descended from his grandson Oscar the Second of Sweden, by an illegitimate liaison with my great grandmother or something like that in the 1850s. So that's where my Swedish comes in. Technically Norwegian, actually, as she was from Trondheim Fjorden, Trondheim or Bergen or something like that. I think it was Trondheim. So there's some Scandinavian in there. So Swedo-Nordic, so Swedish, Nordish, Norwegian, French bit, and my dad's family are Irish, and then from the West Country, very boring really, and the rest of my mum's family. There's some interesting bit of German in there as well. Of course, I ended up being born in Germany, and I found out the second place I lived in Germany was in a town called Hamer, which is not too far from Dortmund, and it's just it's in the Rhine-Westphalia, Nord Rhine-Westphalia region, so the North Rhine-Westphalia state, which is technically where the Ruhr Valley dams were, which the bouncing bomb. Basically, when we did the bouncing bombs, we knocked out those dams with the bouncing bombs, the dam busters. Where I was living is a stone's throw from those dams in the Ruhr Valley. And then, of course, I was brought up actually near where the dam busters did their raid in 1943 in a place called Hamer, which until 1936 was a very boring place until the German Wehrmacht decided to build 3 military barracks in the town. Till then, it'd been quite dull. And then after the war, the Canadians were like, we're going to reuse these barracks for our soldiers for a while, and then the Brits take over, and the Americans had a little time there on a liaison base. But my old apartment is 54B Zeppelinstrasse. That's my old address. Is 54B Zeppelinstrasse. There you go. So number 54B. Company name Zeppelin was actually the von Zeppelin was the guy who actually invented the hydrogen airship, and Zeppelins was actually a company name until it was brought out. So it's like someone going to me, Hoover the vacuum cleaner, for example, Dyson. Dyson and Hoover being two very well-known British companies that make vacuum cleaners. It's like someone in London or well, a nondescript town like Swindon, or in my case, I live in Wokingham now. Technically, Wokingham is I live in a suburb of Wokingham. Saying you live in a boring town, nothing much happens in 54B Hoover Street or Dyson Street. That's pretty much and that's made me chuckle because it's Zeppelinstrasse, just off Berliner Strasse. Yes, it's the road off Berliner Strasse, the Berlin Street in Hamer. It's Zeppelin Street. That's basically where I lived for the best part of like 10 months. Zeppelinstrasse. And our old apartment is still there, and it looks really very, very, very communist. But it isn't. It's just how after the war they had to rebuild everything, and it looks basically like a council estate in Greater Manchester. I'm not joking. Before that, we lived in a place called Lotta, which is a suburb of Osnabrück, basically, and not too far from Osnabrück Castle. And I was born in Munster, and everywhere I lived is now no longer occupied by military. The hospital I was born in is now a housing estate, been demolished, turned into student accommodation for the university. The first place I lived in Osnabrück has been turned over again to civilian use, and third place I lived in, 54B Zeppelinstrasse, has been sold off by the German military, because the German Ministry of Defence owned the land and leased it to the Allied armies of occupation. About a decade ago, is now all civvy stuff, and the buildings haven't changed. I'm sure the locals are lovely in Hamer. And yeah, but me and my mum have been just discussing our time in Germany. My sister spent a fair bit more time. She's a little bit older in a few different military bases, but when I was over there, it was a suburb of Osnabrück called Lotta and a town called Hamer, a very boring town called Hamer, and a good friend of mine. His dad was also based over there, and he was also born over in Germany at the time. He's now in the army. He was based up the road in Paderborn for the best part of 7 years. So he was based in the next base. He was ironically based in the next major section of the three British major hub bases. So Osnabrück being one, and Paderborn being the other. He was based just up the road from where I used to live in Germany, and not too far from where his dad and my dad were both based at the time as well, and not too far from where his dad's base used to be, ironically, near Paderborn. So that's the irony of it. But what is also interesting is because of the Canadian military, for example, and the British military being there in post 45 in the occupation, we give Germany ice hockey, which they obviously got an Olympic silver medal at in 2018, and of course Leon Draisaitl, etc. Very very good for the Edmonton Oilers, and Paderborn has a very good half decent football side. Obviously Borussia Dortmund, obviously we know how good they are historically. Kaiserslautern, another team from the area I used to live in, won Bundesliga titles in the 90s. Very good side. Currently playing in the third tier. They've declined since 2012. Well, it's a bit sad that, but that is where they currently play. you've got Werder Bremen and Hamburg, St. Pauli further north. Um, Paderborn, Munster, they were half decent football clubs. But yes, so basically what happens is Germany gets interested in ice hockey, and the growth of association football and rugby union. Rugby union. Um, the fact that the Germans have a national rugby union side and German rugby union clubs is because of the British Army having its own rugby union team. So the British Army, based in Germany, had its own rugby union team, which my dad played in. I mean, my dad also played in the Army Navy match as well. But that's another thing. My dad played in the British Army Germany team. They played against the German national side and toured during peacetime activities when they weren't training against local club sides in West Germany. So that's another reason why um, Germany has ice hockey and rugby union is because of the British and Canadian armed forces. And that's another reason why, again, the NFL Europe has gone to Germany twice. The first time, and now with this new European Football League. And why the NFL is now taking games to Munich is because the US brought baseball and American football with them. Well, the Canadians play Canadian football, but it's the US is why the NFL is reasonably popular in Germany, and they part of the Munich was in the US sector. So there you go. That's why certain sports have taken off in Germany since the Second World War. Football was already played in Germany before the Second World War, but rugby union and ice hockey really exploded following the Second World War, and to a certain extent, American football was quite popular. But again, following the Second World War, because of the armies of occupation that were established post the formation of what is now the modern German state in 1949, after the military occupation technically is officially ended, and then we're just guests then of the German federal government as part of NATO. And I've done a lot of research on this, and that is several of the reasons why Germany um, plays and it participates in rugby union, in ice hockey, has really decided to the DHL, the German Hockey League, the Deutsche Hockey Liga. And I used to have the Deutsche Hockey Liga basically fan top, the league colours. I gave it to the hockey guy about 3-4 years ago because he's shorter than me, so therefore it actually fits him, but it doesn't fit me. The So yeah, the German Hockey League. What is the state of the Eredivisie? I feel like we don't talk about that much on streams. Are they top? Yeah, the Eredivisie. They're the sixth or seventh biggest league in Europe. And there's a reason why Feyenoord are in a European final, and there's a reason why Erik ten Hag has been attracted away from Ajax. Bear in mind, they made a Europa League final back in 2018. And so there's a reason why Dutch managers are being picked up by big clubs across Europe. And there's a reason why Dutch players of all levels are ending up at other clubs around Europe at various levels within the league system. So Dutch football isn't as bad as people, Ajax win all the time. They're not winning it all the time. They're the more successful. But PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord and AZ Alkmaar, you know, there's a fair bit going on that makes me feel that the Eredivisie was about to take that step. The hockey guy, yeah, he has my German hockey league jersey. He has a couple of my Bracknell Bees jerseys as well. He has my one of my match worn ones. That was my friend's older brother's match jersey from the 90s. A friend of mine, his older brother used to play semi-professionally, and then ended up having a couple of professional seasons for Brattle Bees in the 90s. Um, he's got that jersey from the league winning season of 99-2000, and he's got 2000 and 2003 season jersey, which is the 15th anniversary season jersey, which is one of the first jerseys with all the sponsors all over it, which I find repulsive personally. Um, um, but yes, when I started getting a lot of subscribers very, very quickly. I found him by accident in the summer of 2017. I'd stopped doing content for a little bit. I hadn't really decided on what content I was going to decide to do. This is before I became a sports channel, and I stumbled across him because I just typed in. It kept coming up in my recommended videos, and I just typed in something. I wanted to find out an ice hockey fans channel rather than Sportsnet, or TSN, or NBCSN. And the hockey guy came up. And it was literally the week he had renamed it from Shannon Skeins, which is his real name, to the hockey guy. And I noticed the same guy was coming up, but he had a new name for the channel. So I watched the video, and that was back in 2017. And fast forward 5 years later, and I'm still watching his content. Not as much as I used to. I don't watch his content when the NRL season is on as much. When the playoffs finish, I don't mind watching his off-season content because he comes up with some really interesting stuff. But yes, he's got how many jerseys of mine has he got? He's got all my programs. He's got all my programs. He's got 3 of my jerseys. I think no, is it 3 or 4? Shit, I forget. I forget how many jerseys of mine he's got. I think he's got 3 of my jerseys. He's got all of my programs from a good 10-year spell. I collected program. And the interesting thing is the programs I gave him, one of them actually had the rules of what the referee is signaling, because obviously his kids and his stepkids play obviously midgets hockey and all that, and it's got all what the referee's arm signals mean and what each penalty has been called for, each infraction and offsides. And so I thought that actually might be useful. So I've sent him more, let's just say more than one jersey Christmas, let's just say that. There's been 2 videos where he's unboxed some of my stuff. There's another video which he didn't unbox some of my stuff. And I also sent him a little, one of the little jerseys you can stick in your car windshield, the little suction cup, a couple of them, and a couple of key rings as well. So I sent him a huge chunk of stuff. And yeah, he's had all my programs because I don't make them anymore. Because I used to know the guy used to write the programs, and he ended up being a little bit of a knobhead. Term where not a nice guy because he was dating a girl that I knew. What would I ask him? That's an interesting one. I'd be more interested in what he would ask me. What would I ask him? Well, I find it interesting. So I came up with the whiteboard idea because of him. So the reason why in some of my videos I have a whiteboard up is because of the hockey guy. And you could tell him that you've stopped by and say, "Well, the sports boffin, one of your subscribers who occasionally appears in your comment section, he sent you a couple of Brattle Bees jerseys and programs. He's been inspired. I have actually. The reason why I think we're very, very similar is unfortunately my current setup is not conducive to have the whiteboard up and the marker pens because the lighting in my flat, while I'm south facing, we're surrounded by tall trees, and the angle of the sun takes and the lay of the land means it's actually quite dark in my flat, which is why I have to record with my side lamp on, but not my main light, because that's the right kind of lighting to have. Even when it's daylight, I have to have my side lamp on, my bedside table lamp on, because the lighting in my flat is not as good as the last flat, you would call it an apartment, I had. Yeah, I discovered him by accident in the off season before the 2017-2018. So basically before Vegas joined the league, literally just before the expansion draft, I stumbled across the hockey guy as he was discussing the fantasy, because I was interested in what people were saying about potential of what Team of Vegas going to get, who they're going to get, and I wanted to find out what NHL YouTubers or sports YouTubers were discussing about, or anyone was discussing really, about the Vegas Golden Knights, and what kind of team they were going to have. And lo and behold, I found the hockey guy, and I was going through a very unpleasant time at the time. Is the best way to describe what was happening my end of things. My best friend had recently passed away, and I was definitely battling alcohol and recreational misuse. Let's just say that. And I was in a bad way medically. My shoulder was really bad. I had a couple of bad motorcycle accidents. I nearly shattered my hip. So I was feeling a bit up, down, basically, is the way to describe it. I wasn't able to work. I was having issues with physical and mental health. So I was not doing a lot. And I didn't know what direction I wanted this channel to take at the time. And even before I'd started the channel, I'd already seen some of his videos, but I hadn't subscribed. And then I subscribed to him, and I was still a little bit, okay, he rants a lot. And then he started talking about, the upcoming expansion of Vegas. And then obviously the saying, "Well, Vegas win for Vegas reasons," got born. And then I forget who it was, but he basically said something on social media that when it came to the playoffs, that Vegas put into their pre-match routine in the playoffs on the jumbotron. They got his voice of Vegas wins for Vegas reasons that became viral. And then I realised I had all these jerseys and programs, and I could have sent him. I really could have sent him these NFL jerseys that I got back in 2019 before COVID, the 49ers and my Dolphins, because I didn't really wear them for a long time. I was going to send him these two jerseys because I need to, less is more. So I'm in the process of going through all my clothes and books and downsizing. And then COVID hits, and I've obviously got to pack all my stuff up from my old apartment flat, move back into my grandparents' house, and then within a few months moving back there, my granddad died, and I got, you know what, I've had enough of living with this part of my family. That it's not a healthy environment, and I found where I'm living now. And I haven't unpacked all my stuff. I've been here for nearly 2 years. I still have, as you can see on my table behind me, mess, crap everywhere. There's boxes, bags. My sofa has moved from there to there. My bed's rotated. That table's moved from there to there. Certain things haven't been unboxed. I haven't really unpacked from when I didn't unpack in my previous place. I've been here three times as long. So yeah, talking about how I found him, I found him by accident, basically, when I was a bit, not in a good headspace in 2016, and then 2017, I hadn't fully decided on what I wanted to do with this channel, and I started watching and leaving comments on his videos, and especially in the off season of 2017, before the 2017-2018 season, watching his enthusiasm for what he was doing and seeing how his channel went bang, I was like, okay, let's think about this. And then as the 2017-2018 season was starting, NHL wise, there was a scandal in British football, so soccer, in the women's game, involving the head coach and current and ex players that blew up. And it was to do with and this is after Neymar's transfer and Newcastle United's prolonged beginnings of their takeover from Mike Ashley to the PIF, Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, and the Man Statement. They had already got some views, but they were more news stories of this is what's happening today. Newcastle under a tax and fraud investigation, and Neymar's gone for the price of £7 Pacific Island nations who live in poverty. Um, and then I was reading up on the situation involving the England women's coach Mark Sampson, and he was cleared of any wrongdoing on a racism standpoint and bullying. He got sacked because he was having a relationship with one of his players before becoming England coach when he was in charge of the Bristol women's team, and he got sacked because of that. And I was obviously following that, and of course, this is after Sam Allardyce gets sacked as England head coach as well. So English international football, as in the managers of both the men and women's teams, have both lost their jobs. And big scandals come out of it, especially in the women's game. And Phil Neville ultimately becomes the women's manager before going on to Inter Miami in the MLS. And that was the moment when that was the first video I'd done that hit over 100 views. And I didn't think anyone was going to really give a rat's ass about the women's game and a manager losing his job from the women's game. I thought no one would care about it. It's not going to rock the boat. And it did. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, 100 plus people have watched this and want to hear what I've got to say. Leave a comment. And then I still wasn't sure if I should, continue with my sports channel and all that. And of course, then the Rugby League World Cup in 2017 kicks off, and one of the first games is England Australia in the group stages. I think it's the opening match of the tournament is England Australia, and it's broadcast on English TV and Australian TV, and it's big thing. So I watched that, and obviously Australia win the game, and we lose. Not massive scoreline, but we give it a go. But Australia just edges in the opening game of the tournament, and I'm waiting to start my new job at the law firm. I used to work for a law firm, a property law firm, so dealing with buying and selling houses and civil law, boring stuff really. Criminal law is where you want to work really. It's more fun. So contracts and stuff like that. And the Rugby League World Cup and what Tonga did in the Rugby League World Cup, beating New Zealand and then pushing England all the way literally to the final whistle in the semi-final. Bang, channel explodes. So then I decided to continue with making sports videos permanently. And then, of course, the Winter Olympics happens and Germany beat Canada and therefore get the silver medal in the ice hockey. And Leon, this is without Leon Draisaitl and the NHL players in Pyeongchang. And the rest is, as they say, history. Now, I've noticed that the viewership numbers are lower now than what they were 3 years ago. Like, there's a noticeable drop-off between summer 2019 and now in average views. And I've made just as much content in that time. And we've had just as many major sporting events in that time, although a lot of them without fans in attendance and more people are actually watching at home. And I think the question I would have to ask the hockey guy is not why he decided to do what he's doing. And he's very similar to me in that he was in a bad place mentally and he just wanted to let off steam. And it turned out him talking about, I think it was the 2016 draft. So the Austin Matthews draft day is the video that made him go, I want to do this now all the time. And him wearing the ugly jersey and the ugly hat. That's the video back in 2016. He had his same moment where Mark Sampson getting sacked by the English FA in regards to the women's national side. That's my moment. His moment is Austin Matthews getting drafted first overall by the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2016. That's his I want to do this moment. Now, obviously, YouTube have changed their rules in regards to monetization so many times that, and he had a 2-year head start on me as well, and that helped. I think 2 or 3 year head start, which helped. and because he's Canadian and he talks about the NHL, automatically he's got a domestic audience that is and an international audience that's gonna be in the millions, because the markets. Is it what question? It's not the moving and setting up sets and whatever. It's what I think the question I would ask is it's a difficult one because his real name is Shannon Scanes, and he lives near Vancouver. His address has changed for a third time, so I've got his old address. I've got he still keeps the same post boxes, so I can still send mail to him, but um, and contact him. But I let's just say I've known him since he was in his apartment, following him. So I've followed him now through four apartment, house, and now house. So he's on his fourth. Whoa, God, that's a big bloody moth. He's on his fourth um, place he's lived at. I am on my third in the same time frame. So I don't know if he. I don't think he. No, the thing is, he doesn't follow a lot of other YouTubers, but um, the he certainly remembers those from the early days, and I'm one of the earlier subscribers. I'm when he was still at about 10 or I think he was still at about 10 or 11,000 when I subscribed to him. Um, he's now over 200,000. Um, the question I would ask him, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Is the what question I would ask him? Um, what would I ask him? That's a fair question. No, it really is. What I would ask a fellow content creator. Um, how long until people took him seriously with what he was doing? Because I'm still getting the crappy remarks, and a fair few of my friends are going, "You're still doing it? Fair play." Well, what you're discussing this week, and a few of my friends do watch every stream or every video, and sometimes will leave a comment. A couple of my friends are actually secretly unofficial moderators. They don't have a spanner against their name like you do, Dan, but they um, keep an eye on things in the background without, um, you know, uh, going unseen, unheard. That's the best way to describe how some of my friends operate as unofficial moderators. There are a um, there's a few of my friends who are subscribers, and some of my friends have actually appeared in videos. Some accidentally, some deliberately. Um, so my friend Rob and my friend Sam um, have actually appeared in videos. Both my friends called Rob. Actually, I've got two friends called Rob. Uh, several of my friends have appeared in videos, and on both channels. And Sam and two Robs are hilarious. No, they really are funny. Um, and I've got some ideas. I mean, would I really want to basically sit down with a rival for the same kind of space? I mean, because I don't think I'd ask him just one question. I'll just happily pick his brains about, you know, all the NHL, in fact, all the hockey knowledges that he has. And I'd be more than happy to share all the sporting knowledge of all the sports that I have. It so happens he's so committed to the NHL but then he's also pretty knowledgeable about Major League Baseball and the NFL as well. Two sports that I'm not, and the NBA. Three other sports that I'm not overly, if I'm being honest, that knowledgeable on. Truthfully, that I would just go, can I just unscrew see what's in it, and I'll be more than happy for him to go, okay, what you know, and I'll be able to tell him about the NRL, the AFL, association football, rugby union, rugby league, motorsport, pro cycling, and more than happy to discuss the sports and leagues that that I watch and I enjoy. That moth is going to seriously piss me off tonight. Why did I get rid of all the spider webs earlier? I kind of need them now, and I've got rid of them all. Um, so there's my answer in regards to that. I mean, uh, when you got that question, it's difficult because someone's asked, well, what's formal or current, um, you know, uh, sports star would I like to interview? There is um, there's there's a lot of there is a lot of questions I would just like to ask him, from one sports fan uh, to another. Um, but but in in uh, oh god, no, I've got my bloody fucking I was just checking something because obviously I noticed all the views had disappeared. Of course, Mother's Day is different in the US and Canada than it is over here. We've already had our Mother's Day over in England. We had it a couple of weekends ago, uh, which is really weird. No, the question what would I ask him? I would just happily sit down and I would obviously let him talk about obviously the NHL and hockey, and of course there's hockey, like there's the leagues over here in the UK that he doesn't have not a lot of knowledge on, that I'll be like, mate, you've missed out on this, and I'll be happy to let him ask me questions about the sports that he has a passing knowledge on or a lack of knowledge on, like rugby league and rugby union and cricket, things like that. And I'll be more than happy to ask him questions in regards to Major League Baseball and the NBA and the NFL in order to fill the gaps in the knowledge that I have. But no, as I was saying, I discovered him uh, after the Austin Matthews draft, but before Vegas joins the NHL. And then when Vegas had done the expansion draft, I suddenly really clocked in for some reason. And yeah, he's the hockey guy. Um, the hockey guy, there was a period between 2017 and 2019 where it was religious viewing for 2 years solid. And I found as time has gone on that, well, don't get me wrong, yeah, I've mentioned that. It was about 10,000 he had when I subbed him. I was one of the first 10,000. I was on the Discord at one point. I think I still am on the Discord, although I don't use Discord anymore. I was on the Discord server. He's got three of my jerseys, all of my programs. He's got a couple of letters from me. He's got one of the little. He's got one of those little, the little sports jerseys people hang in their cars and the little suction cup things. He's got a couple of them. He's got a couple of letters from me. and yeah, so he's on his fourth. He's on his apartment, and he's now on the third house. I'm on my second apartment as well. We call a flat what you call an apartment, and I've lived in three places. He's lived in four in the time frame that we have known about each other, and therefore me following his channel. He might have clocked and early on in the early days looked at my channel in the past. I don't know. And there was one time I beat into a breaking NHL news story, and that was the Erik Karlsson trade. And I messaged him and I said, aha, for the one and only time in my YouTube career, I will beat you to some major breaking hockey news. And I beat him reporting the Erik Karlsson trade from the Ottawa Senators to the San Jose Sharks. That was the one moment I definitely had was, I beat you to this. How many subscribers did I have at the time? And I described his moment of deciding to be a YouTuber devoted to sport was the Austin Matthews draft. My video was Mark Sampson getting sacked by the English FA from the England women's national job, because that was the first video on my channel that had 100 plus views. The Austin Matthews draft reaction was the first video on his channel that had over 1,000. So that was I wouldn't say it's been a huge dud for the Senators. It's how the players they got in return for that have all left. Duchesne, DeMello went to the Jets. The Sharks haven't done so well out of it either. They've got an injury-prone player who's on big money, on an awkward contract that's almost unmovable unless the salary cap explodes upwards, which is not likely to do for a couple more seasons. But that was the moment I messaged him and said, for the one and only time in the history of both our channels, I will beat you to a breaking news story about an NHL thing, and that was the Erik Karlsson trade. So the day Erik Karlsson gets traded, I beat him by about 15 minutes in getting the video recorded and posted. So he might have recorded his video before me, but I had better internet connection, and I got it up quicker. That's that moment. I think the difference between our two main channels is he focuses on the one sport, on the hockey guy. I focus on every sport you can think of within and outside the box. That's the difference. I think that's probably why he's got more subs and why he's got that niche. And it's probably that's one of the reasons why it's taken me longer to build what I want to here. But I've also had periods where I haven't recorded videos for days, weeks, or even months at a time, and I've just I've had to take a break. And on the other channel, I was in 2018. I went, I'm going to make a second channel, and then I stopped recording content for 3 years, 2-3 years, and I've been kicking myself ever since. But no, look, as I say, look, if this channel could make money, and if even enough just to get by, and then leave me with a little bit of spending money in the month, I would be happy. They got Chris Tierney, third line centre, Stützle, Josh Norris, and Carson has hurt his majority of this time. They got some good picks out of it. They did get some good picks that have turned into some decent players for them. And they've got a young team. Remember that they've got a very young team with the Senators. And Stützle is give it a year or two, he's going to be a superstar. So Stützle is a very, very good player. Tierney is a solid NHL player. Josh Norris, again, solid. Those three players are pretty good. They're young, and they're going to obviously become the Erik Karlsson, if not better than, especially Stützle. But San Jose, it's all to do with, at the time, the breakdown with the Hoffman situation and how that was handled. And that was handled shockingly by the organisation. It became very, very public knowledge, and that's obviously had an impact on the perception of the team, the culture within that dressing room. the culture within the organisation. Of course, now, obviously, Eugene Melnick is no longer with us, so we have lost the owner we used to hate. We used to love to hate, Eugene Melnick. But in reality, Eugene Melnick was passionate about what, the sport was for him and what it meant for him. And questions could be asked is like, could he be a bit less stringy with the cash, and could he, could they have built things a bit better and had a more stable roster and given another crack at the Stanley Cup in 2017 and 2018 and 29, could they have stayed competitive for that bit longer? But I think what led Carlson out the door, and I honestly believe this, was how the organisation dealt with Hoffman. And in the end, both players leave within 12 months of that whole nasty episode. The fact it got public what was happening is what stuns me. In regards to Tierney and Norris and Stutzler, they are going to be absolutely brilliant players. The problem is, and Kachuk as well. Problem is they've lost all that experience, and it's not just Erik Karlsson. It's other players as well. It's players they brought in Duchesne and DeMello have also gone. So they've lost a lot of leadership over many bits and pieces, and it's a very young team. And look, at some point they will be like a wild card or in the top three in the division. Whether it happens in the next year or 2 years or 3 years, when they're up for contracts, we'll see what happens in regards to the direction the Senators is going to be taking and going to take. Absolutely, we can sit there and discuss that. But it's the way the organisation of Pierre Dorian dealt with the Hoffman-Karlsson situation. Ultimately, is why the rebuild is reality. It was a breakdown in trust between Hoffman. It wasn't his fault. It was his wife's fault, and Karlsson, and the playing group, and then the organisation took place, which is ultimately led to the rebuild. Was two of their key players fell out with each other because of their wives. Well, one wife, and the way the organisation dealt with a complaint from one employee about a personal matter, an issue that could have been quite easily dealt with internally with discussions. Unfortunately, the individual in question wasn't an employee of the Senators who was causing the problems. She was in a relationship with an employee of the Senators, Hoffman. And it's very difficult to say, stop saying stuff. But then, the fact that it became public knowledge, there was a media leak, clearly. And that's where the trust and faith in the organisation dealing internally, which could have quite easily been dealt with between the Karlsson and Hoffman families. When that media leak came out that there was an issue, regardless of what Hoffman's girlfriend was saying, and not only about Karlsson's wife and of course the miscarriage she had and the personal issues they were going through, but other players as well, and other players' wives and girlfriends and sisters and also. The fact that there was a personality clash between one individual's spouse and everyone else's, and then what we now know about Erik Karlsson and his wife and losing, their tragic loss of their miscarriage of their child. The fact that all got out into not only the local media, but then the international media. So even us over here in Europe were like, this is what's going on. And then the way the Senators dealt with the whole situation. Hoffman's like, I can't stay in this dressing room anymore. It's not my fault, but I just cannot. I'm just going to have to find a place to play, which ended up being Florida. And then he gets moved on from there. And Karlsson was like, well, I don't trust the organisation anymore, regardless of how much I'm going to get paid or not. I want out. So they've got to find a willing trade partner, which ended up being San Jose when it was. Ultimately, the Senators' organisation has shot themselves in the foot by basically leaking information of an internal issue that, in reality, shouldn't have been leaked. It was a non-event, really, but it damaged the trust with two of their key players. Both players felt uncomfortable. Both players ended up leaving the team within 12 months. The team hasn't been back to the playoffs since. What are the odds they go for Giroud? A veteran player who's got a lot of playoff experience, been to the Stanley Cup final. They're going to be interested in his signature, and he is a local. Whether he wants to play for a team that's not close to contending is another thing. He obviously wants to win a Stanley Cup, and are the Senators even close to the playoffs? I think they're close to the playoffs. I don't think they're close to a Stanley Cup. There's your, there's the sticking point. But yes, he's local, and yes, he's a free agent, and yes, they've got cap space. So obviously, talk to his representatives. You'd be mad not to with a player of his quality being available. Absolutely. But would he want to sign with a team that isn't close to the Stanley Cup when I think he wants to win the cup before he retires, or at least have another Stanley Cup push? Um, there you go. Look at Vegas and Winnipeg in 2018. No one saw Vegas making the final, no one saw Winnipeg making the conference final that year. So and Washington. So yes, absolutely. Look, as long as you get in, anything's possible. The Uber incident, yeah, I remember that. Again, another internal leak. Um, Now the players all in question are post the Carlson trade. Two of them were acquired in the Carlson trade. None of the players in that video are now at the team, are with the team. I think they're all gone now. Now, obviously, the Uber driver has obviously spoken to the senator saying, "Pay me money and I won't release this." And somehow it's still got out because the senators would have said, "Look, this is technically blackmail." Now, whether the senators' organisation were aware that players were clearly unsettled with the coaching, and it gets out, and instead of going, okay, well, internally discipline, we'll dock the players 2 weeks' wages, be done with it. They systematically get rid of all the players involved in the video. Over the following 4 years, all those players have left the team via expiration of contract or trade or retirement, um, or free agency. And the Uber drivers made even more money than what he would have made with the hush money. So he doesn't have to work ever again. But it does highlight a massive culture issue within the structures of the Ottawa Senators at the time of the Hoffman Carlson feud, which is not their fault, it's Hoffman's wife's fault, all the way through to Ubergate, all the way through to where they are now. The end of the Melnick era, basically the Melnick era of ownership, you could say, has been very little success, and big name players being screwed over by the organisation, and the organisation screwing itself over with internal leaks and what I would describe as a negative culture. Because if players are feeling that the only way they can discuss the flaws within the system is, "Oh, fuck it, we're going to get in an Uber and we'll be discussing how bad the coaching technique of this coach is." We have been at other teams, be it in juniors or in Europe or AHL, ECHL, the minors, whatever it may be. We've never been coached this badly. We're all being preferred. That tells you something is going horribly wrong within the Senators' organisation, um, for a long period of time. That tells you that the situation with players and the situation, with where the team was at and where the team is. If Alfredson gets this, if Alfredson is like Lemieux, he could be the Lemieux of the Ottawa Senators. Um, if he's willing, because I'm not sure if the Melnick daughters are going to sell their whole stake in the team, and I'm not sure Alfredson himself alone would have enough money to buy a majority controlling stake in the Senators organisation. He's going to need other investors alongside him to be involved in an ownership stake or full takeover. He's going to have investment partners because he didn't earn that much money in his playing days. Um, It will be in because Justin Bieber's been rumoured he wants to buy the Senators, but he's a Maple Leafs fan, and I'm not sure how Senators fans would actually feel about a Maple Leafs fan, even though he's a massive fan of the sport, buying their team. Um, it will be interesting to see if that is taken seriously. If the NHL Board of Governors okays it, um, and what then happens. The thing is, if Justin Bieber, for example, was to buy the team, we know he's an ice hockey fanatic because everywhere he plays, this is very important for Justin Bieber, regardless of what you think of his music and some of his antics he's done when he's a little bit younger. Um, every city he plays in on his tours are always NHL or AHL or ECHL markets. He will wear a jersey of the team, or sometimes, depending on the set, if there's more than one team in the location, teams who play um, in that city, be it Canada or the US. So when he's played in Arizona, he's had on one night he'll have Coyotes, and on the next night the Roadrunners. When he's played in Texas, he'll have the Dallas Stars and the Texas Stars AHL affiliate. When he's played in LA, depending if it's on the Anaheim side, which is in Orange County, or on the LA side, which is obviously LA County, Kings, Ontario Reign, Anaheim Ducks. That you see what I'm getting at here. So while he is a Maple Leafs fan, because he is from Toronto, um, I can see Justin Bieber being he might be possibly part of the Alfredson group. That's the thing. He might actually be an investor in that group. That's what you don't know. That's the important thing. Um, but an ex-player having a lunch meeting with a current player and the current captain of the team, the ex-captain of the team who's now retired, that doesn't necessarily mean, look, I'm putting in a takeover bid. That could be a current captain asking the former captain, I need your advice, buddy, because I can't phone up Eric, who's playing for San Jose, a league rival. I want to phone you. I want to talk to you. Um, yeah, but it's Drake and uh, if Drake and Bieber, they're both Toronto tragics. Again, I'm not so sure how the Senators fan base would feel about two Toronto tragics being in an ownership group. I think they could deal with one. Both, ugh. That's pushing the boundaries of what they will. The Senators fan base tolerates a lot of shit, but Drake and Bieber, I would just go sod it. No, that would be a no. That'd be a no from me. Um, if I was a Senate fan, I'd be like, no, I'm not. There's a limit where I will not take anymore, and I'll just stop being a Senators fan at that point. Um, if Alfredson is smart and let's say Drake and Justin Bieber are, let's say, possibly part of the ownership, because they could be going, they do it secretly via a shell company to keep themselves private from it, because that is done. And Justin Bieber has dropped a hint that he's interested, and he is friends with Drakey. Um, then that is a lot of capital suddenly they've got behind them. That's a lot of money. And Daniel Alfredson being a legend in the city of Ottawa, suddenly you've got two high-profile Canadians with a high-profile ex-player who's played for the Senators. That then changes things. Again, like Mario Lemieux buying Penguins. He's now sold majority stake in the Penguins to the Fenway Sports Group. They're from Boston, right? They own the Red Sox. They own 20% of New England Sports Network, who ironically uh, also has an ownership stake by the Boston Bruins, but that's another thing. So if Fenway Sports Group, a Boston-based sports enterprise, not by the Boston Bruins, by the Pittsburgh Penguins, a majority stake, yet they've got an ownership stake in a broadcaster of the Boston Bruins home games and some away games in Essen, and that's okayed by the Board of Governors. I can see Alfredson and whatever ownership group he's got together, flying through the board of governors and it being approved, sale being approved very, very quickly with the Melnick family. And whether it's a controlling stake, a minority stake, a majority stake, whatever it may be, I can see the Melnick family having some percentage of the Senators for a period of time until further shares in the ownership are sold off, maybe to Drake and then Justin Bieber buying a stake in it. That could be very surprising, having like multiple ownership. But as long as the team is financially stable and their ongoing, and their ongoing issues with getting fans to the arena are solved with Ottawa City Council, because that has been an ongoing issue. Is getting fans to and from games in the arena, and I've got a trapped nerve in my leg. I just realised. Um, that's been an ongoing issue for years. Is getting fans to and from the arena on match nights and match days. Um, as long as whoever comes in can resolve some of the difficulties surrounding the access, match night access, discussions with uh, the local transit authority, and local government in regards to working out a positive relationship that Eugene Melnick had obviously not had with local government. If Alfredson comes in and has a positive relationship with local government, um, situation can change where crowd number, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alfredson takes over, crowd numbers shoot up because it's a new owner, positive team legend anyway, former captain, should have played his whole career there but didn't, and that's again down to Melnick, and that's completely unfair. Um, we'll see. The fact that Alfredson's had a meal with the current captain in Brady Tkachuk doesn't mean a lot. Former players will pop by and see current players within the squad, whether they play with them or not. Bear in mind, Alfredson played along against Brady's father, Keith Tkachuk, in the league. Played against his dad quite regularly, um, and obviously personally knows his father, which is an interesting thing um, from his playing days. That could be just a family friend kind of thing. And also, Brady might be going, look, what's going on with this? We've heard rumours that there is an ownership deal. You're possibly interested in buying the team. Um, we want to make sure that the team is settled in this off season, goes into this coming season. What advice would you give? Because Alfredson did play at the team when there was an ownership changeover from the previous ownership to Eugene Melnick. He'll be asking those kind of questions, even though Alfredson may be his potential new boss. How did he deal with that transition from the old ownership to the new ownership? How did that impact the relationship with the non-playing staff in the front office and the back office? That kind of thing. So, regardless if Alfredson is the ultimate potential new owner or part owner of the team, when an ex-player has involvement, these meetings and discussions happen all the time, especially when the ex-player concerned played with the current player's dad in the league at the same time and would have gone to all-star games and NHLPA meetings with his that kind of thing, press days, all that kind of stuff. Um, it's not unusual. It's not like it's not like, oh, this is news. The media is trying to make news out of something that's rumored, because until there's an official, I'm putting in my application to buy a stake or the entirety of the organisation. Um, I don't know. I do I like the Senators branding? I to be honest, if I'm being honest, now whether under Alfredson they rebrand again, that'd be a dangerous thing. I grew up with the original logo, which is the current logo. My friend Rob is a Senators fan, and he's got a jersey with the original, which is the current, and then the former, which was the second logo they had, as their with what they call the Trojan's head or the Senators, the Greek hero's head at a slight angle. Um, Whether they stay with the current branding they've now got, considering that Eugene Melnick obviously rebranded at the start of this season, whatever, and now he's passed away, and the team is the Melnick family have put the team up for sale or are interested in potential suitors for buying a stake, potential share sell off, potential new investment, direction what the team decides to take with the Melnick family being interested in offers for minority stakes, majority stakes, and controlling stakes, or a full buyout of the franchise. We could see a potential rebrand soon, within the next couple of years. We could see a potential for a third rebranding or a new logo. I wouldn't say they're going to change the colours, but a new logo, maybe a new jersey design style. That is a potential of what could occur. There are some teams where and I'm a Jets fan. I'm critical of our main logo. I really am. I'm critical. I like the Jets alternate third when we had the different color blue and the word mark logo. I'm critical of how some teams brand themselves. But then again, I'm from a European fan base, so I'm from, as I put it, Europe, where we are so used to having sponsors all over our jerseys, teams with the sponsors' name as naming rights, the team, all that kind of stuff. And I'm from a European fan background. Our sports culture is different. Do I like the Senators brand? I think it's good. I prefer the original, which is the current branding style, over what went in between in the last 10 or so years, if I'm honest. Although I got very used to the old logo, which was the second logo they ever used, with the tweaks they made to it. I got very used to it. But I will say this, because my friend Rob has got an original expansion season Senators jersey, a Yashin one as well. Yeah, Yashin. Yeah. And I've got a Screaming Eagle, Washington Capitals, Jaromir Jagr. So yes, we have got some very 90s jerseys in our collections. Some of the 90s jersey designs, I think, stand the test of time rather well. Like the Buffalo Sabres goats, as they call it, the Buffalo head one. That's my favourite. The black and red era of Buffalo. That's my Michael the Dominic Hasek, Michael Pecker, Buffalo Sabres jersey. Love that jersey. One of my favourite jerseys of all time. I think some teams could be looking at their branding. I think the Senators do okay. They're not the worst. They're not the best. But potentially, what happens with the ownership situation, we may see a rebranding with the Senators. I feel like the Wolves logo is a very Americanized logo. It's been that way. The Wolverhampton Wanderers logo has been like that for like 30 years, 40 years. Nothing to do with Americanization. The Wolves logo has been like that for a very, very long time. But then you've got Salford City and MK Dons is the most Americanized team because that's the original AFC Wimbledon, and the owner of that MK Dons has really pissed off a lot of people. But Milton Keynes didn't have a professional team, and rather than promote the game locally with a Milton Keynes team and sell Wimbledon to someone new, I'll just move the team because we can't use Plough Lane and I can't be bothered. And basically, the AFC Wimbledon owner at the time couldn't be bothered to redevelop Plough Lane, buy the stadium back, put money into Plough Lane in Wimbledon, which is what the current AFC Wimbledon have done. They've rebuilt Plough Lane. They've gone back home. Where London Irish also and London Broncos play their rugby league as well. The hockey in the National Hockey Arena, which is Stadium MK, which can seat double the capacity, by the way. They just moved the team up 70 miles out of London, and locals in Milton Keynes obviously were like, "Oh, we've got our own professional football club now." But AFC Wimbledon fans were like, "Well, we're not going to travel all this way. We're going to set up a Phoenix club," which they did, which then got back in the Football League, and then matches between the two. Look at the Milton Keynes Dons crest, as we call it, club crest. Obviously, you call it a logo, we call it a crest. And Salford City with the crappy lion's head. I'm not going to lie, that's a shocking logo. Wolves has been that way Wolves have had that logo for a very, very long time. In that design since I'm going to say 70s or 80s. It's been that way. Wolverhampton Wanderers, very, very long time. Before I was born, I know that much. And I was born in '89. So over 30 years, Wolves have had their logo in the style that it is. But yeah, what effect did the slaughter of the Accrington Pals at the Somme have on Accrington Stanley? Accrington Stanley weren't called Accrington Stanley at the time. And the original Accrington, there was a couple of iterations of Accrington because the original founder, Accrington of the Football League, had already been reformed by that point. The second iteration was no, the original Accrington got voted out of the Football League in 1960, ran out of money, was thrown out and replaced by Oxford United in the 60s. So ultimately, the Accrington Powers at the Somme, Blackburn, Burnley, Preston, all these clubs in Lancashire, all of them got decimated. Fans, players, non-playing staff, were all not just on the Somme, but in all the battles on the Western Front, because some of the Powers battalions actually fought in 1915 and late 1914 as well. The first replacements were already entering the battlefield by Christmas 1914, and were already being slaughtered. The original Accrington went out of business in 1960, and then there was a period in the non-league, and they went out of it, and the one in the non-league went out of business shortly following that, and then Accrington Stanley were born in the non-league out of the remains of the previous two that had been thrown out the Football League. So the original Accrington, I think it was the second version of Accrington, what is now Accrington Stanley. The first one went bust long before the First World War. The second one went bust in the 60s, ran out of money, and were thrown out the Football League by the EFL, replaced by Oxford United, by the way. And the season Oxford United got relegated out of the Football League, and Accrington Stanley came back. That was, I thought, yeah, that was poetic justice. The irony behind that. What effect? The effect is that it wasn't just football where there was an effect felt. It was rugby league, rugby union, cricket. The sports that England's quite good at historically, and has won World Cups in and played in World Cup finals and all that. The major team sports in this country were all. You look at the. Just imagine it today. Can you how many sports stars today could you imagine being happy to be fighting on the front line? Not many, I would think. Rugby union and rugby league probably more so than football, but I couldn't think of any cricketers who'd be happy to get down and dirty in a dugout with a bloke from a council estate, as we would say in Essex, and a bloke from a council estate in Glasgow. I cannot see that happening. But what effect? The effect socially, I think, is more impactful than anything. I think the social impact is far more long lasting than Oh, and the playing impact, or the performance impact. Any famous athletes? Yeah, there was some in World War Two as well. Not as many, obviously, in World War Two as in World War One, but there were a fair few football players, a lot of football players who served in the armed forces in World War Two, especially from all the London clubs and some of the lower league clubs. Lot uh, Again, a lower cricketers and rugby union and rugby league players. For some reason, um, they this is it's a weird. Manchester United, Old Trafford got bombed, so they were playing at Main Road for a good 5, 6 years after World War Two. Manchester United's highest ever Football League home ground attendance was at Main Road, not at Old Trafford, um, because they didn't have a stadium to play in because it was had a massive couple of it had been hit by incendiaries and had been half burnt to the ground. Didn't know that, did you? Yeah, I did a video on that as well. The top 10 attendances or top 20 attendances in English football for home attendances, and Manchester United's highest ever home attendance on the gate was not at Old Trafford; it was at the old Main Road, uh, uh, Man City's ground, because Old Trafford was too bomb damaged to be used due to a Luftwaffe raid that hit it, and they spent many years having to rebuild it. Um, and so that's something. And Arsenal's highest ever home attendance is not at Highbury or the Emirates; it's at Wembley, at the old Wembley, while Highbury was being refurbed at the time. And Tottenham's highest attendance is not at White Hart Lane; it's at the new Wembley because the White Hart Lane was being refurbed at the time. So, three of England's biggest clubs, their highest ever home attendance is not at their home ground. I don't know Manchester was bombed. I thought no, it was every major city. Yeah, no. You got the Baedeker. I could really go into it all, but no, we didn't just bomb Berlin, and the Germans and the Italians didn't, and the Germans didn't just bomb London. The firestorm of Cologne and Hamburg, the Essen raid, the Emden raids, the Schweinfurt ball bearing factory raid. You obviously had the 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 Blitz, which covered London, but a lot of cities: Belfast, Glasgow, Liverpool, Manchester, Plymouth, Exeter, Bath, Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea, um, the East Coast ports, the South Coast ports like Portsmouth and Southampton, and major military, you know, targets, so towns on major railway junctions. So Coventry is destroyed. There's a reason why the cathedral is basically concrete now and being built around the old one. Um, they really don't teach you very well in American schools, do they? Um, the destruction to Coventry is more famous, I think, or more better taught in this country than the famous photograph of St Paul's Cathedral with all the fires around it, which is a very famous photograph from 1940. But the aftermath of the bombing raids on Coventry, where um, the whole city's gone, the whole city's gone. Um, the cathedral was never fully rebuilt, so they just built a new one and left the ruined one as is standing. The ruins of in place. They never rebuilt the old cathedral. They left it as a monument to what happened before. Um, Old Trafford was bombed. Yeah, every major port, Liverpool, Belfast. Yeah, the Luftwaffe got as far as Belfast. They dropped some Heinkels and some Dorniers. Will drop some bombs on the shipbuilding yards of Howard and Wolf. Ah, as they build the Titanic, we shall sink the British warships before they sail. Oh, scheiße, they have lots of empty aircraft. That was my real bad German impersonation. But no, the Luftwaffe, much like the RAF and the US Air Force and the Reggio Aeronautica, which is the Italian Air Force, we didn't just bomb Berlin, and they didn't just bomb London, and we didn't bomb just Rome, and they didn't go, okay, well, we'll just bomb London either, or our North African possessions. No, that we bombing raids took place a lot. Taranto, we sank part of the Italian Navy with torpedo bombers, which is when the Japanese then did their Pearl Harbor planning. They looked at how we sank the Italian fleet at Taranto. So no, the bombing raids and all that. I mean, no, it's the only major capital not to have a bombing raid was Paris because the French decided to go. We quit. Um, no, what we call the Blitz and what the Germans call the revenge raids, as they were called, or the I forget what the Germans called it. We got told what it was. It was something casual schlacht and things like that. The casual schlacht is the encirclement battles. So Germany was encircled. The Reich casual schlacht, which is the encirclement, the battle of the encirclement of the Reich of the nation. We got the war in the Atlantic, the war in the air, and the Allied blockade of Germany, which happened in both wars anyway. And the Germans have a word for encirclement siege battle, which is Kesselschlacht. Kesselschlacht, which means basically siege encirclement. The Luftkrieg, which is the air war. The first actual bombing raid of World War II that was non-military, just purely on civilians, was by us. We basically bombed Berlin, so the Luftwaffe then bombed us back, and then there was the phony war for a period. But basically, we dropped some bombs on Berlin in 1939 and went, there you go. And it wasn't a very successful raid. We only hit like 9 buildings and left a few craters. But then the Luftwaffe came back with a revenge raid, and then that was the reason why the Blitz came along. Basically, we had just been kicked out of France and Belgium. We survived Dunkirk, and in a fit of, well, we've got to do something. Churchill ordered a one-off raid on Berlin during the height of Battle of Britain. We sent some bombers all the way unescorted to Germany, wondering why. Oh, they're all getting shot down. We dropped a few bombs. Very few bombers made it all the way to Berlin, but some did bravely. Dropped a few bombs. The Germans were really surprised, so they decided to switch targets. Daytime raid, bearing in mind. We did a nighttime one. They did a daytime one, and Hitler had gone nuts, going, why are they bombing us? Do I have videos on this stuff? I don't really talk a lot about World War II. I mention world wars and other conflicts in the history of a town or a city. And I do mention it on where I was born in Munster. I do mention the two wars, and especially the Second War, my history of Munster in Germany, where I was born. I've got to do a video on Osnabrück. I've got Hamer's going to be a boring video because nothing happens until 1935, really, in Hamer, which is the second town I lived in Germany, which is further east from the Dutch-Belgian border. I used to live closer to the Dutch border. It's right in the Sauerland, as it's called, which is sort of like the Appalachians in the US, with some hilly, narrow river valleys and quite small, low mountains. And it's part of the Rhine, main Rhine Ruhr valley areas that flow into the North Sea. But outside the towns, it's really sparsely, not a lot of people live there. Hamer, not a lot happens until 1935, and then a lot happens between 1935 and 2009, because the German army sets up there. Then the war happens. Then the Canadians are the occupying force of note, and then the British come in, which is where my dad and my uncle and my mate's dad are all based in and around Hamer and Paderborn. And then the Soviet Union decides to collapse, and then my dad's no longer stationed there. My mate's dad's no longer stationed there. My uncle's no longer stationed in the area, and then the bases were all shut down. Um, quite literally, yes. I found bomb shelters. I found bomb craters. I've found the remains of a US uh, anti uh, anti-aircraft bunker, and air raid bunker combo, because near where I used to live, at my mum's, there's some woods behind our one of our houses, because our first house is right next to the park, opposite the woods, and my mum's current house, the woods that I found the remains in are behind the back garden and behind the street she lives on. And there's the remains of a World War II fortification where the British Army had this stately home rented first, and then they hand it over to the Americans in early 1942, and the Americans have dug a rather large. You can see that the natural land surface drops down. They dig out this rather large, sort of star, well, not quite star shaped, but square with bastion corners, quite deep, and it goes quite deep down. And they built it very, very quickly, out of really naff concrete, but it's reinforced with steel, so you can get away with having naffer, cheaper concrete. But it's done in sections where you just plot a section and section and section on the wire mesh, and they slot in, and there's slots where you just slot it in, and you can see the air vent holes on some of the concrete where the narrow air vents would pop out, and then you have the little lever, and the vent opens, bad air escapes. As you start shutting it, sucks fresh air in. Good way to block that. Lob a grenade down there. That will stop you wanting to open and close your air vent quite a bit when you've got a phosphorus grenade going down your air vent. And obviously, after the war, they demolished it very, very quickly as well. You're also more likely to find War of 1812 artifacts as well, because you're very near the Canadian border, where the US Federal Army would have crossed into Ontario. There you go. Very, very close to where the US invaded Canada for a brief period and then didn't work out so well, and they buggered off, which is why the border of the US on the Ontario Quebec end isn't a dead straight line like it is for the rest of the US. So from Maine up to the Great Lakes, it's a bit squiggly. It's because the US went into what is called Upper Canada and Lower Canada in the War of 1812, and went up into what is now Toronto, Hamilton kind of area, wanting to get as high as Montreal and all that, and they didn't, obviously. And it didn't go very well, and the locals basically started shooting at them. And then the British regulars turned up, and then the local militias were like, "We're shooting at these pesky, rebellious sods from south of the border that we don't like very much." And they buggered off back down into New York and Pennsylvania, and Vermont and Illinois and places like that. But there was a brief period where there was a build-up of forces in New York and Michigan to cross the Great Lakes, Windsor, Ontario, and at Niagara, and they did. And they ended up in Ontario for a little bit. And the Canadian locals, who were still British subjects, obviously still, well, technically are today, the local militias and messengers sent regulars are further up the Hudson and St. Lawrence. They start marching down, and the local militias are acting like the guerrillas in the Revolutionary War, who obviously became the Continental Army, and they're starting to take pot shots at the US regulars until the British regulars turn up with their native allies, and then they buggered off back down south to what is now the US. There you go. 1812 in that bit of the US and Canada, really bloody boring, because most of the actual fighting takes place in the US, and the US loses all the big battles. Actually, they lost the last battle of the war, even though it was declared a draw. They lose the last battle of the war, and the guy in charge who wins the last battle of the war doesn't realise that we've signed a document of ceasefire, and so we fight about. We don't need to fight. And Pakenham, he was a nephew of General Wellington. It was also his son-in-law as well. Dies, and but we still win the battle, which ridiculous, really. Um, and I'm not being facetious. The War of 1812 is one of the most ridiculous conflicts ever. Um, that moth is going to die out, definitely. Um, but most conflicts are. Uh, yes, we did burn down the White House, and yes, our best troops were fighting in Spain for part of it, and at Waterloo um, against Napoleon and his Spanish, and obviously some of his best troops were fighting us. So we sent over a couple of half decent uh, officers, and no, we didn't have our best soldiers over there, and we still kicked the shit out of it. Um, and quite frankly, had Napoleon not escaped Elba, we would have, well, the US wouldn't exist as it does today, and yes, the USA would be a significantly different country, and I'm not joking. Um, but because we were fighting a war technically on two fronts, we couldn't give our best servicemen to the conflict. Although we did have a fair few ships floating around, so it yes. But the War of 1812 is not very well taught. It's an offshoot of the Napoleonic Wars, except the US was only engaged in a conflict with us, not with the rest of the nations that were in the coalitions against Napoleon. Had that been the case, completely different. Napoleon might have actually stayed in power a little bit longer because nations like Portugal and maybe Sweden. Sweden was actually interested in Caribbean possessions at the time. Would have been slightly more distracted, considering that. Hey, hang on a sec. The US have the ability, lots of timber, to make a navy and you know attack trade and stuff. So the Portuguese and of course the loyalist Spanish as well. It would have slightly distracted a fair few things. Plus, the French still had the Louisiana Purchase areas of North America. So yes, that would have absolutely become a bit of a problem. But it didn't. So, but there you go. And part of the reason of the Louisiana Purchase was as a thank you from the French to the US, going, okay, we're going to give you this land cheap. Um, yeah, no, links to Brazil, quite frankly, and Mozambique and Angola. Eusebio is from Mozambique. There you go. Deco is from Brazil. Two of their best ever players aren't actually Portuguese, but that's another thing entirely. Yes, it is, but it's also the historical links with Blighty, as we say, because the port wine industry is basically run by British expats who went to Portugal in the 1700s. So that you will find a lot of upper and middle class Portuguese surnames that sound very English. And it's the oldest continuous alliance still in operation today, which was signed in like 1380 something during the Hundred Years' War. And it's complicated how that works, but considering we're no longer part of the EU, and one of our most famous missing persons cases takes place in Portugal. But yeah, the reason why Porto and Sporting in Lisbon and the Braga's stadium is actually inside of a former granite mine where they used to cut blocks of stone out. It's only got two stands and sort of wedged in an old open cast mine. And the uh, Sporting and Benfica, and there's a lot behind it. Part of it's to do with the dictatorship of Salazar and the rest of his there's an economic thing. There's an economic term, syndicalist dictatorship. After the overthrow of the monarchy as well, it gets weird. Um, I've got friends from Madeira, the home island of Ronaldo. My mate Claudio went to school with his sister. He's a couple of years older than Ronaldo. Doesn't like him very much. Um, uh, yeah, my friend Claudio, he's a few years older than me. He's from Madeira, and Funchal is the main town of Madeira where the team is based. Um, and yeah. What are the roots of Benfica's logo? It looks very Nazi-esque to me. I don't like them for it. Um, they're Benfica. Hmm, it's not actually Nazi. Not. Oh, National Socialist is the term I'm looking for, or the NAVDAP, the National Socialist Workers' Party. Uh, Arbeiter is workers, and Partei is Partei. So the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That's what NASDAP is, which gets shortened to Nazi, obviously. National Socialist Arbeiter, Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. Um, it looks more Roman Imperial with the special Senate thing with the axes and the eagle. Um, I can't remember the origins of Benfica's logo. I'm going to have to look into that. But a lot of um, teams that have links to military dictatorships or political dictatorships have these powerful logos. But then Sporting is different, and then Braga is different, and then Porto is different. I think it's got something to do with the House of Braganza, which is was the ruling house of Portugal until just before or just after the First World War. Um, I'm going to have to look into the history of Benfica, but it's something political, I have no doubt. And we lose 8-0 to Denmark, partly because we don't have our best player, and the Danes are very good. The Danes did qualify for the Olympics, we didn't. But until you also learn the reasons behind the logo and the history behind it, just because it looks like something doesn't mean it actually is. A bit of research is necessary. I don't know why they've got the club crest they do, but a bit of research into the formation and the history of the team goes a long way. This is where a lot of fans, especially newer fans, don't quite get there is football before satellite TV. I mean, the Football League's been going since the 1880s. Like, please, actually, and I do stress this to any, especially North American fans who are a lot newer to the sport. I do stress history research and looking at club histories because some of them go back a very long way. I mean, for example, the US is obviously, I think it's what, 1790s is your constitution. Some states in the US are younger than a lot of football clubs. Alaska, for example, um, is younger than what is now the Champions League, which was the European Cup, which was first played for in 1955. So I do stress the importance of research and looking into the history of a competition or a team or a sport because I do hate to stress this. Alaska and Hawaii as states, although Hawaii as a nation goes back a lot longer than its state, but Alaska as a state and Hawaii as a state, and yeah, I mean, some of the states were omitted in the 1900s, the 1890s, 1900s, and then Alaska and Hawaii joined in 1958. But yeah, Alaska and Hawaii, their statehood entry into the US was in 1958. The first European Cup final was played in 1955. So there's a lot of professional clubs that are older than Alaska as statehood, not territory and settlement, but statehood. Actually being designated a state of the union. Um, and I mean, to put this in perspective, my football club, Blackburn, 1778 foundation. Alaska only became US property in 1868. So Alaska had only been owned by the US for 10 years by the time that my football club is formed, that is the time concept that a lot of Americans fail to grasp, quite frankly, is how historical English football clubs and then some of the other um, European clubs like Juventus is only 1901. Only, I say. God. I'm very interested in team histories of the teams I'm passionate about, but if I'm not interested in the team of the history of, it becomes a chore, which disconnects me from Juventus was founded in 1901, for example. AC, A, AC Milan, I think, is 1899. So that's the age of Italian football is the 1890 late 1890s, early 1900s with Italian clubs getting set up. But Sheffield Wednesday goes back to 1868. Sheffield Wednesday, oh, even older than that, 1863. Sorry, Sheffield Wednesday is older than the state of Alaska in US. You know, ownership goes back to the Russian days. Um, that is the perspective I've got to put European football in when it comes to discussing the history of the sport with Americans, and especially those who only followed since Abramovich has owned Chelsea or the Man City have had money since 2007. Um, when I'm trying to explain, and then you've got Middle Eastern fans as well who really are, or those who've lived in the Middle East for a long time, and they post crap on social media. Um, that is how it is. Arsenal Spurs on Thursday, one of the biggest games the two teams have ever played against each other. Yes and no. I say that with love. Yes and no. Biggest game for a while, yes. Of all time, no. Sheffield Wednesday has a trophy. Sheffield Wednesday has a lot of trophies, actually. They haven't won a trophy since I think 1993, but Sheffield Wednesday actually have a lot of league titles, FA Cups, and League Cups to their name. Sheffield Wednesday has a lot of trophies that they've won. Um, they're older than Sheffield United, and both Sheffield clubs are founders of the Football League as well. So there you go. Very important. The importance of Sheffield to the English game and the global game. And Sheffield Wednesday, it's debatable whether Sheffield Wednesday or Notts County are which one of the two is technically older as the oldest football club. A lot of people say Notts County. Some people say Stoke City. Others say Sheffield Wednesday. But they were all formed in the 1860s. Notts County, some sources say 1861. Sheffield Wednesday 1863. And Stoke City is 1866. Nottingham Forest, I think, it's 1864. Um, no, Sheffield United have never played home games at Hillsborough. That's always been Wednesday. Bramall Lane is Sheffield United. So be very careful when you talk to a Sheffield football fan because Wednesday is Hillsborough, United's Bramall Lane, which is very, very important. And Bramall Lane has been used for the Rugby League World Cup in October and November as one of the host venues. So there is that as well. Now, Sheffield Wednesday play in blue and white, Sheffield United play in red and white. So you've got the blue half of the city and the red half of the city. You've got Bristol Rovers who've just won promotion yesterday from League Two to League One. And they're called Gasheads as their nickname. Of course, Bristol City have a different nickname. But the reason why Bristol Rovers, the nickname is Gasheads, it's not because they're clueless up here and airheads and thick. It's because their club is right by the gasworks. It's nothing to do with the pirate theme at all. It's because Sheffield is the home of the British steel industry, and Sheffield is where a lot of the swords made for the British cavalry, alongside Birmingham, were made. Wilkinson Sword had a foundry. The Wilkinson Sword is where the cavalry sabres for the British army were made in Birmingham, who also make razor blades. That's why you get the cross swords in Birmingham. Sheffield Steel. Nothing to do with piracy because Sheffield is not near the coast. Sheffield is in the middle of South Yorkshire, which is in the middle of the country. sort of. Bristol. Bristol, Plymouth, and Exeter have got more links to pirates, especially Bristol, home of Blackbeard, which is why Bristol Rovers logo actually is a pirate. Bristol Rovers, the bloke on the Bristol Rovers logo is meant to be a representation of Blackbeard. I just thought I'd drop that one in there a little bit. Um, yeah. I mean, Luton. I've got a nickname of the Hatters because the hat making industry was based in Luton. And Yeovil Town, the Glovers, because the silk glove making industry based in Yeovil and Somerset, formerly part of Dorset. Um, that's nothing to do with piracy. It's the White Rose of Yorkshire, important, which is also on Leeds' logo and also Sheffield Wednesday's logo with the owl. Is in Bristol a big marijuana? It's actually home of the British tobacco industry, but okay. Um, it's a city built upon the profits of slavery and tobacco. Oh, marijuana. Oh no, Bristol was the home of Blackbeard, the pirate, and the tobacco industry. 'Cause all the warehouses and wharves were built on the tobacco industry importation from Virginia. Um, Bristol's a big shithole. I've been there a lot. I nearly moved to Bristol when I was 11, so 21 years ago I nearly moved to Bristol. Bristol is a massive, massive shithole. As we like to call it, a left-wing trade unionised shithole, but a shithole full of woke, neoliberal narcissists, where it's just full of graffiti and drugs, not just marijuana, heroin and crack cocaine. And broken dreams. No, Bristol is famous for Blackbeard. But anyway, I've got to be awake in 4 hours, so I'm going to have to call it a night. I've got to leave work earlier now than I used to for reasons to get to work. But no, it's not, it's not the only marijuana. It's a city which is when it comes to football, and I mean this, rivals Glasgow for the hatred that Bristol Rovers and Bristol. We don't spell heroin with an E, by the way. We spell it without the E because heroin with an E is in English, especially in a literary sense, is a damsel in distress, which also, if your hero wants to go save her, will end up with an untimely, messy death. No, it's heroin, crack cocaine, and broken dreams. That is Bristol. And then you've got the woke liberal narcissists, unoffended on your behalf brigade, who for some reason love Bristol. So it's a very left wing city. It's a city with high unemployment, high drug rates, and a left wing council. So I can work that one out. But yes, Bristol, heroin, crack, and broken dreams. It's the arse end of Avon and Somerset. But it has a channel named after it, the Bristol Channel, and a couple of big suspension bridges. I will have to do a history video on Bristol, and then the white liberal narcissists can have a meltdown on Twitter, which I know is now owned by Elon Musk, so he'll ban them all. Whereas I'm a pragmatic, open-minded sort of chap, and I hate the left and I hate the right, so I don't go on Twitter. Just me. I hate bastards and cunts. Sorry. I hate intolerant people, which is the left and the right. So that's why I'm here. But yes, no, Bristol Rovers and Bristol City, that rivalry is I think just as, if not more toxic than the Celtic Rangers rivalry in Scotland, because there was a period where I can't remember which Bristol team it was playing in Bath at the recreation ground, and the rival team burnt the stadium down, set fire to it. Back in 1990, was it 96 or 97 or 95, mid 90s, and then in 96 there was a massive riot where the other team were playing away at the other team, and they destroyed the other stadium as well. The entertainment you provide was fantastic. It means more than you know to people to discuss. Trust me, there was a period where I didn't have a lot to discuss anything with anyone with. And living by yourself, is not a pleasant experience. There are some nights where it is quite difficult, and I'm being quite honest. And my mum came over today, and she couldn't stay very long, which was a bit annoying. But she's coming over next weekend for lunch, and I said to her, I don't don't think just because I'm happy to see you that I'm just happy to see you. It gets lonely when you don't. I mean, I haven't seen my mum for 2 3 months, and I was like, yeah, it's nice to have a friendly face pop by. Um, but going long weeks at a time, not after work, when you're at home, not having anyone over, um, for days, weeks, and then sometimes months. There was a period where I didn't have my mum over for like 6 months, and I was truly, and this is during the 2020 when COVID shut down Christmas for us. Um, I didn't see my mum from the beginning of October through till March. So about 5 months. 5 months I didn't get to see my mum, my brother. Yeah, about 5 months, um, until just before Easter last year. So I moved in. She helped me move in. August and September, she was around quite a bit. October came. I started my job at the time that I had. I said to her, I'm going to be working 5 6 day weeks, so I'm not going to have a lot of time, although it would be nice to see you on a Sunday every now and then. And then I didn't see my mum 6 months because COVID restrictions came in, and it was really, really, it was difficult. And that was the first time that I let the pandemic affect me up here. Before then, I had been working flat out and not bothered, but that was the moment that started a chain of events that over the last year and a half, the pandemic has hit me a little bit more than the initial 6 8 weeks lockdowns. But there you go. Now I'm going to go. I'm going to call it night. Thank you very much for all your questions. Really appreciate it. That's 4 hours and 40 minutes, 30 something seconds. Not the longest stream. The longest stream I've done is about 6 7 hours. So maybe the next one might go pretty long. Never know. Now, thank you very much, obviously, for all your questions. They've been really interesting. And I've literally got 4 hours, and then I've got to be up and actually on my way to work within 4.5 hours. So thank you very much, obviously, for your questions. Dan, you've been really asking all these interesting questions, and then obviously getting some of your facts a little bit, and some of the thinking that Sheffield was on the coast and was a pirate city is quite probably one of the best. The pirate theme. No. They're called the Blades because it's part of the British steelmaking industry. Watch the full Monty and you'll understand what I mean about deindustrialization in certain parts of England, especially the industrial areas like Burnley. Sheffield, for a time, although not now, really had low economic prospects. And it's sort of a comedy, but you can see how bad the economic prospects are at that time. But you will see a Sheffield United jersey in that film, and you will understand a little bit. It's not obviously. I've misplaced things now. I've found things I've misplaced. But there you go. But yeah, Liv, do your research on some of these clubs, whether you feel an interest or not, and it'll give you a backstory about how the sports develop, the leagues develop, and then why things like the MLS and the growth of soccer, as we will call it, and then other sports like rugby union, rugby league, grow in the US is there needs to World Cup. When the Americans go, there's a World Cup, but we're not in it. It can't be a World Cup. They suddenly want to get interested in playing a sport and getting good at it, which leads to the MLS. Hopefully, one day there's a rugby union and a rugby league World Cup in the US because guess what? It will help grow the game. But for now, thank you very much for watching, and I'll have some more videos for you very, very soon. Come on, end. Why is my laptop being so slow? Why is my internet so bad? Okay. Yes, we want to end, please.